Hello, family. Welcome. This is Gina with Bijou Noir. You're tuned into the Blackness. I'm really excited to be here with you guys today. We're going to be talking about something that I think we need to be paying attention to. I think when something is affecting any of us, it should affect all of us, and we should be in the know of really all of it. I mean, even things that are not affecting us. What's happening in Ukraine? What's happening, via Russia and Ukraine right now is having an impact on humans, and it's also having an impact on humans that belong to us. So I thought it would be a good idea for us to get in today and to really get a good idea of what's happening in Russia and what's happening in Ukraine and how it is impacting the thousands of Africans that are in those spaces. I'm really hoping that we can get a good group of people in here so we can have a lively discussion. I've been watching everything happening, and it's really sad, to be honest with you. I don't really, in particular, I don't like to see anyone get hurt or be in a place where, as war is a devastating thing. There are a lot of people that are put in situations where they have no say. Wars are made by people that are usually far away from it. They sit in a very high place making decisions for the people that are, on ground. So let's get into a little bit of history. I really didn't understand what this whole thing was about. Other than these people, other than land, it's always something. It always has something to do with land, right? But I wanted to get some history on this for us. And, I always go to this particular channel, and a lot of you are familiar with it, and you've probably seen this, but we're going to get an opportunity to talk about this together. While you guys are coming in, please, this is going to be an important discussion. All our discussions are important, but this is one that I would like to share. And as many of you that can come on and really just speak on what you see happening in Russia and Ukraine right now, how it's affecting the thousands of Africans that are in those spaces, not just Africans, but the humans that are there as well. And what would you do? What will you do when if this was to be something that you would be dealing with? How is it impacting you? Are you reflecting on the possibilities of not being safe in the spaces that you live in? Okay, so that being said, while I get these clips together, because I have my clips, like I said, I wanted to get into a little bit of the history, and I trust this lady because she's pretty accurate on a lot of what she says. So, without further ado, let's get into the history, y'all.
There was also a time when Ukraine and America were adversaries. Tonight, we'll bring you all these stories. We will tell you why Russian President Vladimir Putin is obsessed with Ukraine. I'm Palki Sharma Upadhyay, and this is Gravitas Plus. We begin in the 9th century. There was a state called Kievan Rus. This is where it was located. The Slavic people lived here. The city of Kiev was their capital. Between 980 and 1015, the Kievan Rus was ruled by Grand Prince Volodymyr. In Russian, his name is Vladimir. In Ukrainian, Volodymyr. And as fate would have it, these are also the names of the presidents of these two countries today. Anyway, Russians, Ukrainians, and Belarusians draw their lineage from this Slavic state. A lot changed in the centuries that followed, and for a lot of it, Ukraine was under Russian rule. In the 1900s, the two were Soviet republics, Russia the most powerful of the 15 republics, and Ukraine the second most powerful. It had defense industries, large agricultural lands, and housed much of the Soviet nuclear arsenal. During the Cold War, Ukraine was the arch rival of the United States. The Soviet Union collapsed in 1991. Ukraine became independent, as did Russia. Ukraine inherited much of Soviet nuclear arsenal, but gave it up to Russia in 1994. In exchange, Moscow guaranteed Ukraine's security and promised to respect its sovereignty. They signed the Budapest Memorandum along with these countries. Cut to November 2013, Viktor Yanukovych was the president of Ukraine. He had a reputation for heavy-handedness, corruption, and above all, for being openly pro-Moscow. In 2013, he rejected an EU trade deal. This deal could have meant greater integration with the European Union. Instead, Yanukovych decided to take a $15 billion bailout from Russia. To many Ukrainians, it felt like being sold to Moscow. So protests broke out. They were called Euromaidan. Euro because these protests were about Europe, and Maidan because they happened in Kiev's Maidan, what we today know as the Independence Square. Here, protesters chanted, "Sign the EU deal, Yanukovych must step down." Russia supported the president, the West supported the protesters. In February 2014, Yanukovych's government was toppled, the president was driven out of Ukraine, he fled to Russia. Not every Ukrainian was happy with this. Many in the Russian-speaking East wanted Yanukovych to stay. When he was driven out, the minority felt disenfranchised. On the other side of the border, Russia was angry it had lost its puppet. To salvage the situation, Moscow annexed Crimea. Why Crimea? Well, let's now zoom into this part of the world. Crimea is a peninsula. It is located in the Black Sea. In 1954, Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev transferred Crimea. It was given to the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic from the Russian Soviet Socialist Republic. Why? Khrushchev hoped the transfer would strengthen, quote-unquote, brotherly ties between the Ukrainian and Russian people. Both Russia and Crimea were part of the Soviet Union. So this transfer did not mean very much. When Ukraine became independent in 1991, Crimea joined it. The peninsula was given special autonomy. It remained home to Russian military bases. Moscow promised to respect Crimean autonomy. Many in Russia were of the opinion that Crimea should not have been allowed to join Ukraine. In 2014, when Yanukovych was ousted from power in Ukraine, Russian military began seizing government buildings in Crimea. Soon the entire peninsula was under military occupation. A referendum followed. On the 16th of March 2014, Crimeans voted to become a part of Russia. Was this vote legitimate? Well, it depends on who you ask. For Putin, this was Crimea's liberation. For the rest of the world, this was Crimea's annexation. The focus then shifted to eastern Ukraine, where Russia-backed separatists had seized territory. Ukrainian forces did not launch an all-out offensive at first, but on the 17th of July 2014, when a flight carrying 298 people was shot down by these rebels, Ukrainian forces decided to flush out the rebels. The separatists began losing ground, so the Russian army stepped in. They invaded eastern Ukraine and fought alongside the rebels. What followed was a series of talks between Russia, Ukraine, and the West. They resulted in the Minsk Accords. This was first signed in 2014. Both sides agreed on ceasefire and military withdrawal. Ukraine agreed to hold elections in the rebel-held areas. 8 years on, the Minsk Accords remain unimplemented. Ukraine stands as the largest European country excluding Russia. It covers an area of more than 600,000 square kilometers with a population of 44 million and a GDP of more than $155 billion. Per capita income, more than $3,700. Today, Ukraine is divided between East and West in more ways than one. The West sees itself as more European. The East is closer to Russia, be it in terms of geography or sentiment. In the West, most Ukrainians speak Ukrainian. In the East, a third are native Russians. In the West, Russia is looked at with suspicion. In the East, Russia is looked at through the lens of shared history and heritage. Ukraine also remains at war. Its forces are fighting the rebels in the East. Rebel leaders are ruling at least two regions, Donetsk and Luhansk. Together, they're known as the Donbas region. Russia has once again sent its troops. This time, they're stationed right at the border. What does Vladimir Putin want? For NATO to stop expanding. NATO stands for North Atlantic Treaty Organization. It's a military alliance. These countries are the founding members of NATO. These countries joined it during the Cold War, and these countries joined after it. Ukraine wants to join NATO too, but Putin wants NATO to exclude Ukraine and every former Soviet state. And this is just half the story. Like I said, a lot is hidden in history. For starters, there is domestic politics. When Putin annexed Crimea, his approval rating skyrocketed. Keeping the nationalistic drum rolling helps the Russian president. Annexing parts of Ukraine also helps Putin restore Russia's superpower image. Again, back to history. Many Russians view Ukraine's independence as a mistake. It is true that Ukraine was ruled by Russia. In fact, Ukraine has barely remained independent pre-1991. There was a brief period before World War I and then another stint in 1600. For the rest of its modern history, Ukraine was under Russia. 1 in 6 Ukrainians is an ethnic Russian. 1 in 3 speaks Russian as a native language. So Putin is right when he says historically they were one. But claiming Ukraine on the basis of colonial history is wrong. It will be like Britain claiming India or South Africa or Spain claiming the Philippines. Past imperialism cannot justify present-day expansionism. Hello and welcome to Gravitas Plus. I'm Palki Sharma Upadhyay. Our world is at war. The man waging it is Vladimir Putin. He is the president of Russia. For the longest time, Putin kept the world guessing. Will there be war in Ukraine? Will there not be a war in Ukraine? Then one morning, he decided to shock the world. He invaded Ukraine and dared the world to stop him. If you interfere from outside, you will face consequences, he said. Consequences greater than any you have faced in history. Where does Putin get this nerve from? In 2008, he sent troops to Georgia. In 2014, he annexed Crimea. It's 2022, and Vladimir Putin has single-handedly put Europe in a spot. He has launched a multi-frontal attack on Ukraine. People are calling Putin the new Hitler, the Nazi dictator who wanted to unify Greater Germany. So he sent Nazi troops in the area between the Third Reich and the Sudetenland region in Czechoslovakia. It was home to many German-speaking communities, just like Donbass is home to many Russian-speaking communities. Putin, too, is following Hitler's playbook. He wants to unify his motherland, so he has sent tanks and troops to Ukraine. He has invaded a European country in the year 2022. Again, where does Putin get this nerve from? Putin's grandfather worked as a cook for Joseph Stalin, but that's actually irrelevant here. Experts believe Putin picked his dictatorial traits from a former boss. Putin was once the deputy mayor of St. Petersburg. His boss was the city's mayor. His name was Anatoly Sobchak. Putin admired him and is said to have subconsciously picked his traits. Today, Putin's authoritarianism is out in the open. Ukraine says parallels between Putin and Hitler are not a meme anymore. They are Ukraine's reality. You see, if we have to understand the war in Ukraine, we must first understand Vladimir Putin, the man who is pulling the strings of this war. What's in his mind? What has shaped his life? So where do we start? You would know that Vladimir Putin was once a KGB agent. KGB was a Soviet spy agency. When Putin was training for it in 1975, his trainers found out a flaw in the young man. They said Putin had a diminished sense of danger. In other words, what may seem dangerous to you and me may not seem dangerous to Vladimir Putin. He acknowledges this in his biography. He says back in his KGB days, a negative trait often ascribed to him was his lowered sense of danger. The spy agency considered this a very serious flaw. Well, they were not wrong. Look at what's happening now. Putin's dangerous invasion in Ukraine. Which leader today would dare to send tanks into another country? Which leader would be unafraid of repercussions? Putin has been exhibiting this diminished sense of danger since his childhood. He was born in October 1952 in the Soviet city of Leningrad. His parents belonged to the working class. They lived in a Soviet-style apartment and shared the space with 2 other families. While most children picked up humble sports, Putin decided to pursue a martial art called Sambo. While most schoolboys dreamt of becoming a doctor or a fighter pilot or something glamorous, Putin dreamt of becoming a spy. He first set foot into the KGB headquarters when he was still in his teens. He graduated from the Leningrad State University in 1975 and went straight to join the KGB. He was posted in East Germany, where he mastered smokes and mirrors. Long before Ukraine, Crimea or Georgia, he wrote a campaign biography. It is based on one-on-one interviews. In one of these interviews, Putin recounts an incident from his university days. He says he was driving a car. His martial arts coach was with him. They were on a road outside Leningrad when Putin saw a farm truck passing them. He tried to grab a piece of hay through the car window. Next thing you know, he has nearly lost control of the car. The coach is scared and furious. He turns to Putin and says, "You take risks." Putin replies, "I thought the hay smelled good." Which person looking to lead a country would tell such a story to his voters? Like he's James Bond or something, chasing death casually and bragging about it. Which leader would project himself as impulsive? This book I'm talking about was published in the year 2000, the year Vladimir Putin became the president of Russia for the first time. Things had changed rapidly for him since the collapse of the Soviet Union. In 1991, Putin became the deputy mayor of St. Petersburg. In 1997, the deputy chief of the presidential staff. A year later, the head of the FSB, the new spy agency, the successor of the KGB. Putin was heading it. In 1999, he became one of Russia's first deputy prime ministers, then prime minister, and then president. His career soared as Russia's reputation tanked. Boris Yeltsin, Russia's first president, was corrupt, drunk, and a laughingstock. Plus, Yeltsin was too close to the West for Putin's taste. You see, while the Cold War was over, its legacy remained, and Putin, a former Soviet spy, could never really get himself to trust the West. He could not ignore the fact that the NATO was growing, that all of these countries had become a part of this alliance. Even back in 1999, Putin feared that NATO would expand, go on to include ex-Soviet republics, and ultimately surround Russia. He was frustrated that Yeltsin was not doing enough to contain the NATO. Putin dreamt of a Russian state, one that would be independent, influential, and feared. Chechnya gave him the opportunity to build that dream state. The region had broken away from Russia, and Chechen rebels had become a nuisance. 1999, a series of blasts rocked Russia. More than 300 people were killed across several Russian cities. Putin was the prime minister. He began naming, shaming, and blaming Chechens on live television. He started holding regular press briefings. He would whip up nationalistic emotions, call Chechens mad dogs. Putin vowed to avenge the blasts. Soon his approval rating soared from 2% before the bombings to 45% after them. Reports then emerged that Putin may have faked these bombings, that KGB agents could have planted the bombs. Why would they do that? To help Putin's popularity. Russia, of course, quashed this theory and went to war with Chechnya. At least 80,000 people were killed, and Chechnya was brought back to Russia. Instead of gloating, Yeltsin suddenly resigned. He named Vladimir Putin the country's acting president. It was New Year's Eve, 31st of December 1999. Putin was married to a former flight attendant. She had no idea her husband was becoming the president of Russia. Putin had known about this for days, but he never told his wife. He did not tell her he would be the next president. That's how secretive Vladimir Putin can be. Reports say the Russian parliament had no clue about his plans of invading Ukraine either. Yes, he asked for permission to send troops to foreign lands, but the lawmakers never thought he would actually attack Ukraine. In fact, Putin never even needed that permission. He's the commander-in-chief of the Russian armed forces. He can send troops wherever he likes. So going to the parliament was a stunt. And Putin likes stunts. He once dived deep into the Black Sea, came up with 2 ancient Greek urns. Putin said he fetched the relics from the floor of the Black Sea. It was later revealed the show was staged. We have seen Putin fishing, arm wrestling, posing bare-chested, riding a horse, a Harley-Davidson, showing off his butterfly skills in water, co-piloting a jet, attaching a satellite transmitter to a tiger, hunting. It seems Putin can survive the wild better than Bear Grylls. Putin is talented. He's tough. He's also the controller of facts and the teller of his own story. Just like his story of Ukraine, one where Russia is the victim. The people of Donbass are victims, and a democratically elected government in Kiev is full of Nazis. So Putin has decided to send troops on a denazification mission. Buildings have been flattened, innocent civilians have been killed. Why? Because the Russian president thinks Ukraine and Russia are one, and he does not let anything come between him and his motherland, even if that means keeping secrets from his wife or not attending to his daughter. That's another story. It is said that when Putin was the mayor of St. Petersburg, his daughter met with an accident. She was injured. He was at work. So he sent his deputy to attend to the little girl. That's Vladimir Putin for you. He once refused to read a book by a Soviet defector. He said he did not read books by people who had betrayed the motherland. If you are looking to interpret the current war in Ukraine, try reading it from Putin's point of view. If you want to know what will happen next, try gauging it through Putin's eyes. He's a boy from a working-class family who climbed his way to the Kremlin and became the face of Moscow. He has the backing of powerful KGB officers. He has Russia's Richie Rich on his side. He has been in power for 22 years now. He has dragged Russia into many wars, meddled in the affairs of his neighbors, be it Belarus or Azerbaijan. He has locked up oligarchs who did not align with him, silenced critics who challenged him. Putin has poisoned Russians abroad. He has cracked down on the LGBTQ community at home, tamed the media, and recently arrested those protesting the war in Ukraine. And Ukraine may just be the start. A 2020 vote made Vladimir Putin Russia's president for life. In the last 14 years, he has gone to war thrice. He will remain in power until 2036. That's 14 more years and 13 more Soviet republics to go.
All right, so that was our history. That was a little bit of her perspective on history. I see that some of you are not in agreement. My position on this is really simple. I don't really think that this has anything to do with us per se. I think this speaks for me.
This is a war. Whether Russia and the U.S. go to war, or whether, as Vanden Heuvel says, the U.S. will take on China, this is a war between slave masters, okay? This is nothing but modern-day slavery. And when the slave masters fight, you don't side with one or another master. You don't side with my master. You take advantage of the fact that they're fighting to overthrow the whole institution of slavery, to get free. And this is how we have to look at it when these imperialists fight. We're not rooting for our imperialists. We are welcoming the defeat of these modern day slave masters in whatever they undertake, okay? Because that is one step, or could be, if we do our work right, one step closer to being able to make a revolution to overthrow them altogether.
Okay, so that being said, I'm going to put the link. I put the link in the comment section. You guys are welcome to come in. What I'm really here to talk about today is really what's happening to the Africans in the borders that are trying to get over to Poland or to safe places or safe spaces, trying to get out of Ukraine. It blew my mind when I saw this. I'm going to share it with you guys. I don't know if you guys notice what's happening, but I don't know if it's changed, but they were not letting the Africans get on the trains or buses or whatever they needed to get onto. They were not allowed entry into Poland. You see, regardless of what's happening, this right here was really hard for me because, to be honest with you, when I think about war, I'm thinking everybody, should be. I don't want to see anyone hurt, regardless of their race or creed or whatever. But even in wartime, these people, they still have this thing, and it's funny because a lot of people are screaming foul, like how can this be happening? Because in a time of war, what do you think they're going to do? Let's watch. For the most part, I hear that there's a lot of Congolese, Nigerians, send some love and prayers for our brothers and sisters in the Ukraine that are having difficulties coming out of those spaces right now. I hear there's a lot of Kenyans, Nigerians, South Africans, Congolese, and whoever else. I also send love out to Ukrainians or whoever else is in those spaces. But it's really sad to see that in those spaces and people are trying to get to safety. I think in one of the clips that I'm going to share, they were letting women and children out, but only Ukrainian, European women and children were allowed to go out, and that kind of saddened me. But yeah.
We are not allowing any black people to enter inside the gates. We are all here. It's only Ukrainians that they are allowing in. Even the ones with kids, they're not allowing them in. They really have been here for days and nobody's asking any questions. Only Ukrainian women and kids they are allowing in through these gates. All the places blocked and all are full of blacks from different communities, from different countries. Nobody's talking to us. See them here. These are the black community here. We are not allowing any black people to enter inside the gates. We are all here. It's only Ukrainians that they are allowing in.
Okay, so as the clip said, they're not allowing certain people to go through, and it's really sad because you see many tapes where or clips where young people are saying they're stuck, they just don't know what they're going to do. They want to understand why they're not being sent for, but from what I'm hearing, of course, they're not allowing planes to come in and out. So you have to get to a safe space like Poland or now that while Poland is safe, hopefully, this will be something that we can resolve and not have it spread. But right now, you have to at least make it to somewhere like Poland or, somewhere else to be able to get, be picked up. I hear that Nigeria has made some arrangements if people are able to get to Poland, but a lot of young students, a lot of thousands I hear are stuck, and that was as of yesterday. I don't know if things have changed. So Queen Z says, "Do they not understand? Nobody likes us," and that's the part. It's really hard because I don't think they get that. Maleka says, "Where is the African government? They should have sent their own planes to rescue their people." I agree. But again, because of the the air, I guess, policies there now, people are not able to fly in. They'll probably shoot them down if they try to fly in. So people are probably trying to fly folks into places like Poland again. But you got to get to Poland to get picked up, and right now, very few Africans are getting through. I think many of our people don't understand geopolitics. Each country is responsible for their own people. Remember when Rona first happened, the US sent planes for their people? Again, it goes back to what can the Africans do at this moment to rescue thousands of Africans that are in those spaces. It's really sad because let's just look at this one. Looking at this, and I agree with Zena, this same thing happened during the Rona. It makes me realize how important it is for people to really invest in their own spaces. How important it is for Africans to understand that nobody is gonna put you, you're not gonna come first when you're in spaces that belong to others. In cases where there are crises, and it's just reality. It's not something that it goes back to that thing. We could be angry, you could feel like whatever, but it's just like anything else. If your house is burning, you're going to pull out your children. It's not that you don't care about other people. It's just that you're going to prioritize things, and priority would mean that they're going to make sure, because I heard there was a lot of anger about the fact that, at the border, they were supposed to be letting women and children through, but they were letting European women and children through, and then white men, but not, you're not African and, children and women. And there was a lot of anger and hurt about that. At the same time, we have to prepare ourselves when you're going into these spaces with other people. Understand that these are the consequences, and understand that's why it's not good to put foundation in other people's spaces. you have to prioritize your life and be consistent with the reality of what is really happening throughout the world and has been happening for millennia. People look out for their own, and there is a their own, and there is nothing you can do to change that fact. There is nothing that we can do other than to wise up and start making sure that we take care of our spaces, you know, and set precedents for our spaces so other people, you know, we won't have to run to other places to go to school, to go to work, to find fortune. I want to welcome someone somewhere. Thank you for coming through. Tell me what you think about everything that's happening in Ukraine and these thousands and thousands of Africans stranded or unable to get through as of yesterday. Now things may have shifted for some people. I noticed somebody in the comment section said Gambia has already made. I like that. I think it was Bob Garvey. He indicated that Gambia has already made you know, spaces for their people to be getting out of those spaces, and I think that's awesome. So welcome someone somewhere. Tell me what you think.
Hello, how you doing?
Good evening. I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. Me personally, every time I see European nations go at it, I think it's a positive on our behalf because that gets the scope off us for a little time so we can, get our stuff together. But I mean, this is a common occurrence. I mean, no matter where we find ourselves in other people's jurisdiction, we're gonna be treated as wards of the state. And when you're a ward of the state, you have no rights. So
Yeah.
I mean,
And
even if the country you from wants to send for you, if that government you're under is not in good terms with that government,
Mhm.
I mean, they literally don't have to send you anywhere because no African nation has the power to do anything towards that. I mean, they can use a country they're aligned with to try to do something, but I mean, when you're dealing with a power like Russia, they don't care nothing about that. All they doing right now is
they
looking
ready
in
to
their
kill their
positive
own people.
interests.
They're
Yeah,
they're hurting their own people. So
yeah,
what makes you think that you matter?
yeah. We last on the list with all that. So
Let me ask you something. What should, if this thing, forbid, God forbid, this thing spreads, and how are Americans looking at this? Young men especially. If this thing becomes a thing for us, would you want to fight?
I'm not fighting. I would never fight for the United States government, even if they draft. I'm not doing it. They
And
they can they can have this. I don't care. They're not gonna make me do nothing for this. They do come it takes to be honest.
you're not alone in this. I want to share a clip.
Now, I'm getting a lot of messages from brothers and sisters asking me about the Russia-Ukraine war. I'm getting a lot of questions from brothers and sisters asking me about the Russia-Ukraine war. And what I'm saying is, if it don't involve Africans, I'm not concerned. If it don't involve Africans, I'm not concerned. If it don't involve Africans, I'm not concerned. Now, I don't want my brothers and sisters in the military being called up to go fight a white man's war. I don't want my brothers and sisters in the military being called up to fight a white man's war. I hope there is no war. I don't want to see no bloodshed. I don't want to see no bloodshed. But as African people, we must stay focused on our own agenda. The white power structure's agenda is not your agenda. The white power structure's war is not your war.
This guy, he just does it for me.
Yeah.
He had to repeat it twice. It's not your war. It's not your war. And so you're saying the same thing. Basically, it's not our war.
Yeah, of course. I mean, a lot of our people over here domestically view like the America as a we thing. But I mean, I think a lot of people are past that though. Just because the way we dealt with over here. But yeah, it makes no sense. But to me, it's a positive. As long as
Now,
they
Zena
was good.
says, do you think Zena's right in this? She says the U.S. and Russia won't fight. It would be a nuclear war,
Um,
and they both know it.
yeah, I don't think it would if it goes to all out war. That's I had put that in the comments earlier. Like modern war, if nations go to war nowadays, like the big nations, they actually yield power. If they go to war, it's gonna be more deaths than all the other wars combined. Modern warfare today is not no joke. You got biochemical warfare that could take millions of people. They don't even have to put nobody on the land. Like if the gloves come off, it'll be bad for everybody. That's
And
why
so
they
this
keep it
is a real
cordial.
sensitive issue. A lot, because I see a lot of people in other spaces like, it's not our situation. But if this situation becomes our situation, it becomes dire.
Yeah. That's what happens when you don't yield any power. You just a pawn.
And I like what this is exactly what I'm saying, Lion King. Not our war until America get involved. Because you see, I have a sense that Russia is waiting for America to get involved. What do you think? I feel like he's like knocking at the door of I'm ready. Like he's been drumming this drum for a long time, and now I feel like he's at the space where he's like, look, I'm ready.
But I mean, I understand where he's coming from because when it's like the rest of the nations around the world that are aligned with the United States as a majority and the rest of the power structure, they really all just they it's like they all are trying to like what do they call it in poker? Like they trying to starve him out. Like, but I mean that's just how the geopolitics work right now, man. Like. But I don't think he wants to have nuclear war though. I mean, because that's not gonna be good.
So I see here where Zena's already saying that and I'll put that on the screen and come back to you, Kwame. She's saying Russia doesn't want war with US either. Neither would survive.
Oh, of course. I mean, the
Yeah.
nuclear fallout from that's why they keep it cordial. Like they know. I don't think it's gonna be another like World War type situation because the majority of the population on Earth would die. The technology is too advanced.
And it's funny because you see, just like the Ukraine didn't, well, we all kind of sensed it was coming, but didn't know it was happening that night. If America makes any moves, and this is really a thing because America's not the kind of we know that this government is not the kind of government that takes the threats. It's not like you're gonna say if you make any moves, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I don't know how this is gonna go down, but I don't think like I agree with Zena. I don't think neither of them want to fight because they know that it's gonna be one of the worst. This is gonna be the most bloodiest fight.
Yeah, it's been like a 70-year standoff between them two. Since America has got on the stage, they've all been doing just stalemating each other because they know that they both pull the trump cards and it's gonna be somebody.
How come I'm sensing that this is about America and Russia? I don't
No,
know.
it is. No, but that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Russia does not want a United States friendly government on their borders. This is all strategic for them. They don't from a nation standpoint, they would have to do this. Like they can't afford to do that. They can't because that's Russia's. That's why Putin is doing. Like they have this paranoia to where they don't want to be surrounded.
I have a clip, guys, where Russia was complaining a couple of years ago, saying how they feel like they're being treated like one of the statements were made, we're not Haiti, you can't treat us like we're nothing. It's a long clip. I'll put it in the comment section if you guys want it. I was going to share it tonight, but he's spilling a lot of facts about the relationship between America and Ukraine. I even changed the conversation because it was going to be a deep one. And how he's feeling like the reason that Russia is acting the way it is because, do you think it's because of the relationship they have with America? The fact that they don't feel important or they're not being treated like one of the heavy players?
Yes, I would say yes.
Welcome, Amina. Tell me more about that. What do you think as far as that's concerned? Because that's something that a lot of scholars, I was listening to a professor at Yale, and he definitely thinks so.
Since Russia has been taken out of the conversation, yes. They have been forced to go sit in the corner with their dunce hat on and face the blackboard. And so once you take them out of the equation, because they still consider themselves as a superpower, and which they are in their own right. However, he was put on time out by the European Union and the United States and France, basically, which is France is part of the European Union. So Russia's hands had been slapped. And so he hasn't been allowed to come out of the corner. And what Trump was trying to do was trying to smooth the pathway
for him to come, for him to be
to
in the
align
game.
themselves back into the superpower status as they once were. So because of that, you know, he feels as though he has, you know, he has a rightful place. He's not being allowed to stand in his rightful place. And I heard Trump say just recently, you know, he's championing Putin for his stance, for his staunch stance. And I'm like, you're such, you are such a coward. You are such a traitor to this country, if there ever was one, and there have been many. So when your own American born citizen is advocating for someone to the likes of Putin, and listen, there's enough blame to go around. The United States is not, it's not innocent. They have enough blood on their hands for a lifetime, as does all Europe.
Right.
All Europe. All, you know, let's be honest. It's a strategy. It's a strategy. When Russia goes into Africa, when Russia goes into the Latin countries, when Russia goes into Asia, or buddies, let's just say buddies themselves up with various nations, it's not because they care.
Right.
It's because it's a strategy behind it. I help you. It's quid pro quo. You do something for me, I'll eventually do something for you.
So for years now, you think that Russia has been playing chess, trying to
Of
dismantle America
Without a
through
doubt.
other people by
Yes.
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 Okay.
And when you allow someone like a Trump into office, who's been the cheerleader for Putin all the while. Why? Because Putin has helped Trump in many ways that have not been divulged to the world. So you will ask yourself, okay, what is he going to gain by being Putin's cheerleader? What does he gain? What has he already received? And that's another slippery slope you want to go down into.
That's a whole deep, like, why was Trump so close?
Well, you know why he was so close. Yeah. He wouldn't be anyone's cheerleader if nothing was done for him ever. So he has been Putin's cheerleader. He has been his advocate. He has been his, I guess you could say, best bud, because of what, you know, how he benefits from that relationship.
Wow. Okay. I agree. I agree 100%. And it's really, you know, that puts us in a very weird space, because right now, if Putin really wants to push the envelope, and I think he's willing to do so, I think America's not going to have an option but to get involved. And
well,
that,
if you remember, someone made this point that I heard, I can't pinpoint where, but anytime we are in an economic downfall, what is one way to take our eye off of the plight we find ourselves?
Drop the bombs.
War. Yeah. Now, wartime makes a lot of people more wealthier than they were.
Yeah.
There are a lot of moving parts to who gets paid for what, what services, economic funding. Halliburton becomes even more wealthy in a very strategic part of, in terms of war. You name it, everybody benefits from it. And that tier is what I'm talking about, not the low people.
Because you know, they're already starting to talk, you know, in reference to, you know, because I'm in stocks, and you know, they're already starting to see how can some people benefit from this, and how some will decline from it.
Well, it's the same way it's been doing all the while since America has fought its first war, you know, the Revolutionary War. You know, the people at the top of the, you know, food chain, how they benefit.
Yeah.
You know, it never comes down to the low people, to the so-called serfs, and you know, it doesn't rain down on that for us. We have to, do what we need to do just to keep our head above water, barely.
Yeah.
But it's all a strategy. And that relationship between Russia and China, that's been a symbiotic relationship for a long time. A long time. And they've been helping one another for a very, very, very long time. Just because China does business with the United States reluctantly, it doesn't mean they're in bed with the United States. It's a means to an end.
One that they feel like they need to do while the United States is in the position that it's in.
Well, the United States is in a battered, tattered state at its own doing, at its own doing. And I feel like, you made enemies all over the world.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Europe, relied on the United States heavily in terms of protection, um, bail them out, the climate, agreement. United States was, you know, fronting most of the money where a lot of other countries weren't even doing a scintilla of their supposed share. So the United States have been footing the bill for a lot of people for a long time. But it's a strategy. They're not doing it for nothing, right? They do it until they need to call in, hey, the quid pro quo strategy again. So this is nothing new. This is the same strategy, same agenda all the while. Nothing has there is nothing new about the strategy. All you need to do is just go back in history and just follow the bouncing ball. It hasn't changed. But now the difference is that the United States is an injured party. It's wounded. And like I said, it's done a lot of its own, it's wounded due to a lot of its own greed. It has really, I would say, hurt its citizenry. The issue of divide in this country has always been, that has never changed. But Trump, what he has done is he has been the drummer boy. He has been the one beating the drum,
He's been leading the way, flag bearer.
And China said, guess what? In terms of, the United States saying to China, hey, how you treating your people is wrong. And China said, you're the last people to talk about how we're treating our citizens.
Right.
You have citizens. Look how you treat them. So it's like the pot calling the kettle black. So, it's that bickering back and forth. So really, China and Russia are just rubbing their hands together. Really,
and maybe they're implementing plans together. I like what Sister Chaya says. Becoming Chaya, she says Russia wants Ukraine and China wants Taiwan. We watch this invasion. Also, keep an eye on China because then America will have to make a decision.
See, and part of that is that United States doesn't know when to mind its business, but because it has its, how can I say, it has so much blood money throughout the world.
And that's what I was about to say. It has its hands in so many people's pockets that everybody is his business because that's how we stay in power here.
Right. And especially in Africa, because Africa feeds the whole world.
I want to welcome Soul. Thank you. Very welcome, Amina. You bought it. I want to welcome Soul to the conversation. Soul, and I see Powwow Yambe. I'll come to you soon, Powwow. Soul, my sister, welcome. Tell me what you think. This is a heavy topic. I want to spend some time on those, young men and women that are, or, our families that are stuck there in Ukraine and they're getting treated like we always get treated in these times. So I think Zenon brought it up. This is exactly what we saw during the Rona, in China. And you're going to see it. As things like this happen in their spaces, you're going to see more of this where, we're going to be sitting in the back of the bus if there's any space in the back of the bus. But until everybody gets safe, we're going to be waiting. Those young men and women were waiting for 3 days. And I don't even know if they've been rescued yet. Welcome, sis.
Yes. Greetings, Gina. Respect. Greetings, panel, and everyone in the chat. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. And the first thing I want to say in regards to all the students and the other Africans there, that it's a damn shame. A damn shame. Don't you guys got no schools where you come from, And I know they don't, and I'm sure they have some, but it just shows how Africa needs to rely on itself. It needs to build up itself. Where did Europe learn about learning? Where did they learn anything? It's from Africa. So for everything to change the total opposite way, it's really disgusting. I can't stand it. Personally, I feel like we need to build up our own educational systems and our own everything, and not be like going around other places begging from other people. And I definitely, I think it's fine. People can do what they want to do. I believe in freedom, but as a whole, in general, we should have our own thing where we can stay home, stay in Africa, and have a good education. But I understand that we don't have that some places,
Yeah.
I understand it's all complicated, like the brother was saying, the geopolitical
System.
yeah, exactly, that's going on. It's on so many levels,
Mhm.
so many levels. And one level that I would like to speak on, which is really interesting, is well, we know that NATO is surrounding Russia and forcing them to respond because, what can you do? They've all the treaties they had, they just went back on all their promises. Back this all goes, far back, but I just want to go back to World War II
Okay.
when when Russia sacrificed about 20 million of their people, the most that any other country suffered as far as casualties. Americans were only like in the hundreds of thousands of people that died in the war, and they had 20 million. I think China was like 5 million or something, and no one suffered as much as they did. And part of that war that they fought against the Nazis was to part of the agreement that they would not allow you. Well, when they agreed that they would allow Germany to get back together, to unify,
Yeah.
when they allowed that, they said, okay, but you can't go any further, NATO. And they did. And they have weapons systems in all these countries, all these NATO countries. So it's just like if Russia went to Mexico or Cuba and put some weapons in there, pointed against, this is the Cuban Missile Crisis. So this is what America is doing to Russia. But on the next level, though, we have the World Economic Forum, this organization that's a global organization that all these leaders go and learn and study and freaking do their thing, which is Macron, freaking Putin, what's his name, the guy in Canada, Trudeau. All these people are part of this organization and like came up, and plus we have all the other ones,
Yeah.
behind the scenes. And somebody said in the chat, the Corporation of America. Yeah, so it's money interest, it's power interest, and it's so many levels. And it's sad that any African students and Caribbean students are stuck in between, and it's disgusting, the racism. But America has been funding these Nazis in the Ukraine. They straight up wear Nazi insignia. They're affiliated with the same organization of Nazis from back in World War II. They never left. I forget the name of it, but it's an organization that never stopped from back in that day. And they're not hiding that they're Nazis. They're like wearing the insignias. They took like taking off the names of like the heroes, the Russian heroes who helped in Ukraine. because in Ukraine, it's just the same as like in Africa, how they would take a country and create a country by putting more than one group of ethnic people together. Same thing over there. They made this country, and half of them are Ukrainian, half of them are Russian. So you see, of course, if you're Russian and you're Russian speaking for generations and generations, this has always been part of where you're from, and you consider yourself Russian. But now they make a law, no more Russian in any of the official things in like the official language of Ukraine, or any of the, you have to, nothing can be in Russian anymore, and things like that, to put pressure on the Russian people. And they've been this has been going on for years with the Americans funding them. Straight up Nazis, guys. Straight up Nazis in there, guys. Thank you.
I think there's Nazis on both sides. What do you think? Because to be honest with you,
there's I would say there's bad people on both sides, but not Nazis. And for the fact that Russia, like I'm telling you how much people died, think of 20 million people died fighting the Nazis. Russian people, they're different. They're Rus. I'm not saying they're good people. I'm not saying they're not hateful. I'm not saying they're not racist. I'm not saying none of that. I'm just saying they're not Nazis. And they fought the Nazis. The way they fought him is that's the way I'm going to say they're not Nazis. But I'm not saying they're good people just because of that. I'm just saying they're fighting Nazis over there.
They're not. They may not be good people, but they're not calling them. They don't go by.
I'm not saying they're good people. I'm just saying they're not Nazis.
Right.
You know, they're ethnic Russians. And then there's the ethnic Ukrainians, which some are Nazis, and they look at the Russians as they're not white. According to these Ukrainian Nazi people, they look at Russians, say, you're not white, because in the Russian history, from like the 1600s, the 1700s, like way back, they had a lot of black people over there, a lot of black aristocracy. When you look in their history, when you see the paintings, these people were black people, black nobility. That's why you got that term, Black Russian. It's a real thing. So that's why to this day they look at those Russians.
So even this blackness that don't even appear, even this blackness that's not even like apparent in the Russians.
Yeah, because it was 200 years ago. You had somebody that was black in your family 200 years ago, and they're going to look at him and say, "You're not white
because of that blackness."
Yes, 2022, right now. That's what's up.
Interesting. Thank you so much. So that was something that I didn't. Well, I have heard of Russia and the discrimination they faced because of that, but I thought that was all over. I mean, they all look white now to me. And you know, these people, they look at you and then they look at your bloodline. They think about your bloodline. So when they're looking at you, they're not looking at just black or white. They're thinking your bloodline. And if you ever had anything like this in your bloodline, then you're not pure. That's deep. I want to welcome Powwow Yunde to the conversation right now. Powwow, tell me what you think about what you've heard so far. Do you know anyone that's stuck in Ukraine right now? And have you heard of anything that's happening as far as on the continent to help get these, thousands of Africans that are stranded there? Welcome, my brother.
Yes, yeah. Hello. I don't know if you can hear me well tonight because my connection tonight is a bit dodgy.
No, you're fine.
It's fine.
Hear you well. Yes.
Oh, brilliant. Yeah. Yeah. Hello to everyone. Yeah. As far for the continent, no, we have some students in Ukraine and Russia. And so far our government, they just trying to reassure everybody that they were doing, the best they can to evacuate. But we know how this thing works, Yeah, so I don't think that they are in position really to influence. Mm-hmm. But as far as, the topic is concerned today, I just agree with, the first speaker. And,
someone somewhere?
No, the speaker and the video you showed. I agree with brother someone somewhere. and with the first, that gentleman who spoke about, imperialism fight. Or
Let me
This is
say it
a
again.
war.
yeah,
Whether Russia and the U.S. go to war, or whether, as Vanden Heuvel says, the U.S. will take on China, this is a war between slave masters. Okay? This is nothing but modern day slavery. And when the slave masters fight, you don't side with one or another master. You don't side with my master. You take advantage of the fact that they're fighting to overthrow the whole institution of slavery, to get free. And this is how we have to look at it when these imperialists fight. We're not rooting for our imperialists. We are welcoming the defeat of these modern day slave masters in whatever they undertake. Okay? Because that is one step, or could be, if we do our work right, one step closer to being able to make a revolution to overthrow them altogether.
All right. So that was the clip.
yeah. I just wish, our leaders, should take some heed on this gentleman's word, because we don't have dogs in this fight, as far as my concern, And for me, this I think should represent our opportunity, for us to reset our relation with, these slave masters. That's my opinion. Yeah, and I don't know. I want to propose something, because I think we could help our brothers and sisters who are stuck in Ukraine. As much as you can. I don't know if someone knows someone who is willing to organize like a crowdfunding. No, I don't mind, even if it's $5 each. At least we doing something to help, because we are here. We debate. We show that we love our people. We want to do something, towards helping our people. I think this is a great opportunity for us to show something. So I would just propose,
I will
anyone in the
definitely
panel.
participate. I mean, I'm all hands. If somebody starts something, I'll definitely donate. I want to tell you something in reference to that. I think it has to come from the continent, because it needs to be linked with some type of government or system that is on ground that can make sure that the people that needs it gets it.
Forget it. Forget it, Sister Zena. I'm telling you, honestly, I won't say that, no.
Oh, it looks like he's gone. So what do you guys think about what he's saying about crowdfunding? And how do you help somebody financially in a situation like that anyway? How do they even get access to this?
To me, it's a lose-lose. When you put yourself in foreign jurisdictions' hands, when your home country is not in a place of power, you're just a ward of the state. You can't do any, like,
Exactly.
the African governments could send planes, but okay, what if Ukraine
They get
says
shot
y'all
down.
can't leave? Okay, then what's the next thing that's gonna happen?
And if they
The
get shot down,
governments
then
have
what?
to. The governments have to come in, and they have to, if they can't land in Ukraine, they have to land next door, and they have to get buses. They have to do something.
And I agree with Zena. This isn't about money. This is about movement.
Yeah.
they
Yeah,
can't get the
It's about
money
getting them
sometimes.
Yeah, the money
out of those
definitely won't do
spaces.
anything.
I
Not
mean,
in
because
this.
right now, I don't care how much money you have. If you're Black, you're not getting out those borders faster than any
No,
Ukrainian or European, period.
definitely not.
I saw this thing that because of the chaos, like the ATMs are empty and you can't even, get any money out anyway.
See, this is why people have to really pay attention about your footwork and the decisions that you make and where you choose to flock to.
Facts.
This
I
is
saw this.
very, very, very extremely important. You got to read the room.
Facts.
You
I
got to
saw
read
this
the room.
terrible thing. It was just like the Mexicans trying to come up here. They got the coyotes or whatever.
Mhm.
Well, these African students are trying to walk to the border, right? They're trying to get there because the local people are robbing them. They took their car, then they took all their money.
Again,
yeah.
There's going to be people taking advantage of other people during this time. They're going to be setting all kinds of reasons to try to get people's money And really, I mean, any person with logic would understand there's nothing money can do right now. Power is what's needed, and our people do not have power on the continent to make things happen at a speed that they need to.
We're global wars of the state.
Yes.
Some of these African countries got planes. What the hell? You know, they got
You're
planes.
making a point, though, sis. It's like there has to be a strategy. You understand
They have to have the
armament
will
that
to
Russia
help.
has,
They
and
need
once
to
that
be out
plane
there.
gets shot down, then Africans are still, stuck in that mired situation. So the strategy to get them out would have to be strategic. You have to have people on the ground to be able to facilitate that to happen. It's more intricate than what we are knowing for sure. And when
I agree with you. It's definitely intricate. I'm just saying it has to happen.
Oh yeah, it should happen. It should happen. But again, when I know people have, fled their home country for better opportunity. But when you hear about the grumblings, and I'm sure this is not, these grumblings been happening for a while. And, Ukraine has been able to push back Russia. So again, like I said, you got to read the room.
So what do you guys think about this statement from Black Magic? For those who believe that we do not have a dog in this fight, need to remember the World War II, where much of it was fought in Africa. This was due to the fact that African nations were tied to colonial masters. And are we not still tied to colonial masters?
We are, but these are different. These are different times for different situations and different.
Agree.
Yeah, it's not.
We're not talking about the same.
Yeah.
So you mean to tell me if they want to take it to Africa, they can't take it? Do you think that the money, the investments, the control that they have, the military that they have in those spaces in Africa, do you think they can force the hand of African leaders? That's the question.
Look, the colonial powers are the albatross around the necks of the continent. Still, this very day. Well, yeah, that's true. But we're talking about Africa right now.
This is a proxy war against Russia by the U.S. That's what it is. It's not Russia attacking Ukraine. It's the U.S. attacking Russia. It's been through Ukraine and through all these other countries that it's putting its weapons in and surrounding Russia with its weapons, going against the treaties and that they have. The nuclear ballistic missile treaties.
No, but the United States is historically is now the aggressor though.
Always has been.
They're just not. We're not gonna get that side of the media because we're over here. But I mean, what Sister Soul said, she broke it down to a T. Like this is literally what's going on now is literally what happened during the Cuban Missile Crisis. The United States has the same exact tactics when it comes to geopolitics. They had that Monroe Doctrine. Ever since the Monroe Doctrine, they're not going to let anything on the West that's adversarial be within their reach, especially to have tactical nuclear missiles or nuclear weapons to be close to them. It's not like this is just, to me, I don't need, this is regular. It's run-of-the-mill geopolitics to me.
As Dinosaur says that it's a cyber war, boots on the ground aren't effective or needed. Do you think
they've been cyber warring back and forth.
But when people don't have a reason to live, you can't kill a person who already feels like they're dead. You have people on the ground, citizens, who are fighting and willing to fight with Molotov cocktails. It's
oh my God.
In Iraq and Iran, when the young teenagers and the young men were fighting, tanks with rocks. Mm-hmm. They're living in hell already. They're living under the threat of hell. You can't kill people who already consider themselves dead. That's not the case in Ukraine. They're still yearning to fight Putin, despite all that Putin has at his disposal.
And as far as we're concerned, I agree with D. Griffin 100%. That's why I say we need to look at this like, okay, look at them.
Yeah.
Pay attention, because like that man said, I don't know why he said all that he said, but This is not something for us to be sitting there taking sides. This
Definitely
is a
not.
spiritual war. We have to concentrate on what we need only. And what we need is for Africa to be in a space where people do not have to go to different places to work, to learn.
Yeah,
To,
can
And
I
this
just
should be a reminder that we
these
have
are
to
the
be
big
one.
things. Like I want to see Africa not needing to have to be in situations where they're being treated the way they're treated when a crisis happens,
Right.
because they would have a home, and for the most part they wouldn't be in other people's spaces, trying to achieve things that they should be able to achieve at home.
Absolutely.
yeah, can I just chip in, please?
Oh, definitely. Go ahead. Sorry.
And that's fine. Yeah, yeah. I think there are some lessons that we should learn in this crisis. Yeah, I think the first lesson in my mind is like liberal democracy. It just show it's showing its limit. I think they are losing ground because just look at it. This guy who is in power in Ukraine is irresponsible. Is a comedian. Yeah, how can a people, entire people, risk their destiny put in the hand of a comedian? It's a joke, you know. They have a security arrangement with Russia prior to this guy coming to power in 2014. This guy came and removed that security guarantee with Russia. It was playing with fire, you know. This is one thing they should learn. I think even we can see that America with Trump and the UK with Brexit and Boris Johnson. They have this kind of authoritarian streak of democracy. I think they have noticed that China is delivering, Russia as well is delivering, and they're losing ground. So I think that's why they are really instigate all this this push against against this authoritarian. Yeah. So for me, we are as African, we should learn. And I wasn't impressed with that Kenyan ambassador. I wasn't impressed at all. For
Yeah.
me, he had he has a wrong interpretation of history.
Yeah.
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 Because Russia is a world power. In world power we can look
But the thing about it is Russia is a power, but they're not being treated by like a world power by other
yeah, with
Europeans,
respect.
and that's a
Yeah,
problem. And
yeah,
that's a problem for them.
that's a problem, of course. Yeah, and now now I fear more now that Germany has declared war, effective war today,
Mhm.
than before, because the history of Germany and Russia, and you could tell that Germany was pushing to it. So these are pushing. It's just a slight miscalculation. We are gonna pay. I'm telling you, we are going to pay because I cannot see Russia backing down. As you said, you cannot kill someone who's already dead. You cannot, and I cannot see them losing losing Ukraine. No
Mm.
way, no
You
way.
don't
They
think
will
they're
never.
gonna let
Uh,
that happen?
the same, yeah, they will never happen. The same as the United States will never allow Texas or even Mexico, allow it, its adversary, China or Russia, and then install a weapon system and across its border. No way, no way. This will never happen. So, but going back to what I was saying about us doing something to help our brothers and sisters, my sisters and brothers in America, believe you me, you have more power and influence than us as an African
That's
state as
not
a
true.
whole.
That's not true.
Honestly,
Well,
honestly.
That's not true.
that's okay. Let me. I'm
I mean,
gonna,
why don't you think it's not
Collectively,
true?
We
Why
don't
don't you?
collectively,
have no influence. They don't care about
collectively,
that.
No,
yes.
what I mean, if I
I
as
know what you
Africa,
mean.
yeah, is I as an African, even if I'm an African president, go to Ukraine embassy, demand something, they won't listen to me. But if you, as an American black, go to America Ukraine embassy, they will listen to you. because
We
the
sure
power
needed your
behind you.
help.
Nah, see, he's saying what I was saying in the chat, sis. He's telling
Okay.
the truth. This is
I
about.
don't think that's the truth, though. Go ahead.
This is
I
about.
It's
disagree
true.
with his stance.
This is about what passport you carry. This isn't about those guys being black. This is about them not being Ukrainian or
Exactly.
not having a government backing them
Exactly.
that has the power to make a difference. So that's what this brother
Just
is
like
saying.
we didn't have that at our disposal.
So you
Same
think
difference.
it would
So
be
this
an
brother
easy,
is saying with the U.S., if the U.S. gets involved, which I think Malika or somebody said it in the chat, they won't get involved. But if the U.S. got involved on behalf, they would listen because the power that the U.S. has. It's not about those people being black or being African. It's where they're from.
it's the power behind them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is.
So do you guys think that, being African American, when this thing was going down and the Rona was going down in China, I don't remember, how were African Americans treated differently
When
than
with the Rona, they got us out wherever we were. I don't know if you remember, somebody, the Bag family did a video. They had a long line at the airport of African Americans being flown out of the Gambia.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, when Rona first happened. When you're traveling internationally, you're blue. You're not
Yeah.
black, but you're blue. You have a blue
True.
passport.
So you're the color of the passport.
A lot of
You're blue. That's who you are. Oh, that makes sense.
That's how come.
You know, we're laughing about it because those of us that
No, it's
are,
not funny actually.
but
not.
it's kind of like, wow.
Yeah, you don't realize the
But the point you're missing.
Classism, it goes to power. It's about power, and
it's about power. Yeah,
Africa
you don't realize the
realizing
power you
the
have.
type of power that it needs to be respected throughout the world.
But
It's
guess
about
what?
power. And just
Paula
parts of
Yambe?
Africa too, because I promise you, if they were South African, it would probably be different.
They had some South Africans that couldn't get through. Okay. They were South Africans out there.
But I'll bet you South Africa will come get their people.
They're losing influence as well, my sister. They're losing influence. Honestly, South Africa, with what's going on, they're losing.
Okay.
Yes.
You know what's interesting though? What's interesting
so let Miss Dantor. Welcome, Z. I'm so happy that you are here with us. Miss Dantor, I know you haven't had an opportunity to speak. Welcome back, sis. Happy to see you. Tell me what you think about what we're talking about. What would you like to say in reference to this whole Ukraine and these thousands of Africans that we hear that are stranded and are unable to get through or not being allowed to go through to Poland? You're on mute, sis, or we can't hear you, one or the other. Ms. Dantor? Okay, I'm gonna come back to you. Fix your mic, something's happening there, we don't hear you. But okay, so
yeah, can I just come back again, please? I'm sorry about my connection today. It's all over the place.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, but
while Ms. Dantor's working on her, yes.
Yeah, Sister Mina, please believe me. You know, you may not realize, the power you project.
Trust me, I realize more than you think.
All right.
However, I will say that when the chips go down, people are looking for Black America to rally the troops. Mm-hmm. But when we need that same rallying of the troops, everybody looks away. And so what I'm saying is, if we're gonna do this thing, let's do it regardless of what's going down or not going down, because then it looks suspect. It looks inauspicious. It looks like you're only coming to me because you need me, and that alone. And when you don't need me, you're gonna go back to your respective corners, and that's not how we need to operate. We need to operate as one, irregardless of what's going down or not going down.
Good times or bad times, right?
Exactly. So don't just come knock on my door when you need me to have your back. I need that same reciprocal type of oneness and unification as well. Not just you. I need it as well. So if you can, you help me, I help you.
Let me ask you something.
I agree.
I think Power Yambe has always stood on that. that being said, I want to bring up something that Z brought up, and I really want to put it out there to us. I want to ask you guys something. This situation right here, are we not worried because we tend to think that we're Americans, nothing can happen to us, or we're on American soil, nothing can happen to us. Certain things are just not going to come our way.
No, no
No,
one would be that
that's not
naive.
what and I'm not saying that because anything can jump off anywhere. But what I'm saying is that there's international laws, there's international treaties, there's all kinds of things in place. There's probably, and I don't know for sure, but there's probably something in place between Ukraine and Poland that allows their people to pass borders, right? So we really need to understand these laws and things like that. But anything can happen anywhere.
Yeah.
But one thing I will, say is, when you're traveling with a blue passport, it has power, and nobody's gonna not convince me of that.
Right.
And so, we have standing in the world. We do. It's just a fact.
Yeah, please, Sister Mina, can I just come back to you, please?
Sure.
Please, my sister, just understand something. The real Pan-Africanists, they have been removed. We know the history in the 60s, 70s, 80s.
Yeah.
They have been removed in Africa. Today, we have like a new upcoming generation, but they are not in power. They are not in power. And most of us are marginalized. We have no sway into Africa politics. We have today
And you need
Julius
to do something
Malema
about
trying to
that.
do something. No,
You
yeah,
need
of
to
course.
do something about that, right?
Yeah, that's that there. We are trying to organize. It's not easy, but we are trying to organize. But what I'm saying, please, my sisters and brothers, understand us. We are in our need. Please, we need your help.
And we need
Listen, you have my unconditional love and help, whatever you want. You have mine. I can give you mine. But that's it. I am not in position of power, and I don't know. Well, I might know one or two persons, but they don't have really power into, let's say, in my country, Angolan politics.
What he's trying to describe is the facts on the ground in Africa. Like, he's telling you, even in Africa, for instance, and I know this, I've seen it happen several times. If it comes down to an African American and an African in Africa, the African American has more power, more sway, more respect.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Hi, Gina.
Go, Dontor, you're back. Your mic is working. Oh, okay. Before anybody says anything else, I want to say this. Shout out to Denise. Shout out to Denise. I see you in the comment section. I haven't seen my sister in a month in these streets, in these Bijounois streets. I hope you're enjoying the Gambia, sis. Stay safe. We love you. It's nice to have you back, fam. Okay, so that being said, and if you want to come on board and tell us what you think about this Ukraine thing and what is the Gambia doing about, I think Mr. Garvey told us what the Gambia is doing, which I think is great. It's already got its people on its way out of that space, which is thorough, because a small space, if a small country like the Gambia can do it, why not Nigeria? Why not South Africa? Why are they still stalling? I don't know. That's the part. So Ms. Dontor, tell me what you think. This whole Ukraine, do you think this is not about the Ukraine? It's more so about America? And do you think that the Africans need to learn a lesson from this in reference to our positioning? Welcome, sis.
Hi. So I want to say I'm definitely interested in helping support any GoFundMe or anything to get those folks home.
Yes, my sister. Thank you.
Yeah. I would also say that we need to help empower the African youth to go back home, or if they're already there, and help them take back their countries.
Yes, my sister.
Empower them.
Here.
I sat back. I'm in Los Angeles, and during the George Floyd riots and movement, I stepped back and watched the youth in Los Angeles make changes with their voices. So, if we could help, they got the district attorney out. They had meetings with the mayor just by being in the streets. So, the youth, you need to be empowered. Otherwise, the continent is just going to run the way it's been running. And we have to get the continent propped up and able to protect its critical infrastructure. Because I believe this is a cyber warfare. And, a click of a couple of buttons could shut down power, telecom, and just paralyze the continent.
And you're right,
And
because,
some countries are at a place of growth.
One thing they did mention, Ms. Danto, was the fact that a lot of people, they stop having access to their bank accounts, to to their phones are being turned off at certain times. So there's a lot that happens when you're going through this, if you're going through this. And it's something for us to all take notes on, because, like I said earlier, we a lot of us tend to think that we're safe in whatever spaces we are. And in this time, I don't think anybody's safe anywhere.
Yeah, and so cyber is my professional.
Said, it could jump off anytime. Go ahead, sis.
Yeah, cyber is my professional domain. Okay. So I know what's going on. We all in America need to take heed and protect our financial positioning, and have an awareness and take a snapshot of our latest financial records, because it's it's quietly being said. I saw a couple of articles last night, but they don't want us to go into hysteria and start moving our money. So but yeah, we have to prop up the continent.
Well, what would the people do? What can they do to make sure that they are not being without? What do you suggest, or what
here in America?
Yeah, in America, or and I guess what would need to happen in America would probably need to happen in a lot of spaces.
Yeah, for us, last night I reached out to several of my loved ones and told them, take some money out, have some cash on you, get a copy of all of your records. So log in and take your last bank statement, and also kind of, if there are bills you need to pay for March 1st, pay them now, and then stay out of your accounts for the next couple of weeks.
Because what's happening in Russia and Ukraine could affect our pockets.
Yeah, because Ukraine has also put a plea out on yesterday for hackers around the world to help them protect their infrastructure, because they know that Russia is coming for their utility grid and their telecom. And without that, they're crippled. They can have the strongest army, but if they can't communicate to them, then Russia can just pull in and go in further. So this is a wake-up call for the continent. We have to fortify our people. And I also think from a professional perspective for Americans and even our global or partners, this is an opportunity from a workforce perspective. Get those cyber skills. Some of the positions require U.S. citizenship for our own, on the homeland. So get those skills. You're going to be working for a long time, because this is how wars are going to be fought going forward.
Oh, that's deep. That's deep. Yeah. I could see that.
So that's just my opinion. I hear some great things going on here in terms of how we can help, and we just got to mobilize. And then we have to empower those youth. They need to take back their countries. They have the skill set. Some of them have been in America. They've gotten their education, and it's time for them to go home and reshape the continent.
Is there anybody in here that doubt that that's even possible? Speak now.
Not in an immediate sense. That's gonna take time.
Yeah. It will. It will. But East Africa is deep in fintech. I mean, they're putting out some of the greatest apps and solutions out there. So they have the mindset. And so it just needs to, kind of blossom and mushroom. It will take time. But there's, for the continent and on our side, there's free training that, corporations are putting out there, because there's a lack of cyber skilled workforce. There's a limited skill workforce. So there's free training that could take you 3 months, 6 months. And then you're moving in the 6-figure space. And then you're taking that money and taking it back to the continent and investing, and then getting out of here.
because now the United States has to rely on these alleged former hackers to use
Yes.
as their cybersecurity, gurus. That's
Right. And what a
crazy.
conflict that is.
Yeah, isn't that such a conflict of interest? Like, come on, that's just like asking, a serial bank robber to provide you your security of how not to break into a bank. I mean, that's just retarded. But yet, United States does exactly that.
Yeah.
So you heard what the sister said, guys. Check your accounts, get your billing statements. Pull out some cash. Get some stash in the house just in case they lock up the accounts. And it has happened before. It has happened. I was speaking to someone, and I believe on this channel last week, and the brother said that yeah, he lost all his money. And he was older brother, so I guess he was saying in the time of where this has happened before, he lost a lot of money. So that's a lot to think about. I want to introduce Afroscope to the discussion. My brother, please tell me what you think about what we're talking about today. It's really, while it's kind of funny because we're sitting here and there are some people right now in Ukraine that are very scared, very frightened for their livelihoods. They don't even know what's going to happen. So please, while we're talking about this, send love and light to them in your heart. Welcome, Afroscope.
Yeah, greetings. Well, thanks. And greetings to all the people in the chat. I see Malika, Gatsden, and Joyce Box. So,
Yes, sir.
pertaining to this topic, I think one of the things that I've never even thought about, honestly, when I did a show about the situation, I was basically thinking about how that they are going to be involving Africa because there are a lot of youth or us as youth here that are unemployed, and if the war is growing out of proportion, then they might try to use other means like economy or anything, promises, just mere promises to get Africans involved. And
Yeah.
basically a lot of the debt reading countries, right? They can basically tell them, oh, they'll forgive their debt, and if you get
Yeah.
involved, we can, and they can get a lot of us in on board because that was what they did to our ancestors in the world wars as well. So that was what I never really thought about the people. Shockingly, I never thought about the Africans that are there. But shockingly enough, today I went on social media and I get some of them saying that even if they brought plane over there, some of the youth that are schooling there, they say even if they brought the plane to come and take them, they are not going to Ghana or they are not going to Africa, especially some of the Nigerians. They are like, what should they go back to? What are they going back to?
So they're trying to
And
get out of Ukraine, but they want to go somewhere else. They do not want to come back. Wow.
yes, exactly the same. I kind of understand it a bit because they will say it's because of there are no jobs to even accommodate them. If they come back,
It's like, what are they
what are they
coming
gonna
back
live
to?
on?
Yeah.
Yes.
This is sad.
So it kind of it's very shocking. And I'm like, that means even we can even easily involve some of our brothers and sisters out there, especially the I'm talking about the students because a lot of them, all of these European countries, especially Russia, even when I know a lot of people who even had scholarship from Russian universities here, and I currently have about two people that I know closely still studying. Maybe they might be in their last year studying medicine in Russian university, and the ones that were in Ukraine, I don't think I know anyone, but I often heard in the past about some of them in Ukraine. So that should give us the picture of what is going to happen because these countries they still have some kind of soft power over us. They still try to give to student people scholarship and which in their home countries they only get right. So that tells you that they have influence over the people and whatever these people can even easily fight for on behalf of them because they know that if their countries are unstable, that means they cannot go to school and therefore they cannot. Their future will not be what they will not be that great. So they have to support them. So do you see? Um, Yeah, so but at the end of the day, I don't know how we're gonna support them, because it's only the families that can report back. And I don't think no, okay. From Ghanaian media, I heard that they're trying to reach out to the students, but some of them said even if they brought the decent, yeah, they are not gonna leave, because what are they gonna leave back to? They still want to.
Now,
I mean, I still
this right here is a statement that I want everybody to really think about. Anybody want to comment on this? This brother just said that, and I didn't even stop to think of that. A lot of these people do not even want to go back to the continent.
No, I don't
They rather
believe
stay
it.
where they are.
No,
That's what
no,
they get then. They got to deal with the consequences.
no.
No,
Listen,
I was going to say that's what I saw when I on the news, because I'm not in the country right now. The news that I saw, they were saying they didn't want to leave. I didn't say it earlier, but I heard that too.
yeah, but we have some Angolans, lots of Angola, because we have a historical link with with the Eastern Europe through the Cold War, and all of them want to come back. I can tell you that because we have have the families are inundated social media. We have them pleading they want to come back. So I don't think these what my brother said now is across the board. Of course, you'll have some that don't want to come back, but I believe that the vast
All the
majority of
news
them
that
want
I
to come back.
saw,
But please, I
people were
will
trying
keep
to
on pleading.
Yeah.
Well, sis, I said that one guy that you
Yes,
showed
with
the video
regard to the
of,
families.
I saw him being interviewed in the country where I am now, and he himself was saying that he wasn't scared and that he wasn't trying to get out, at least not right now.
So he hear the bombs, he see the lights, but I'm not scared.
Yeah, I'll send if I can find. Well, yeah, I'll see if I can find a clip of it and I'll send it to you.
And that
Wow,
goes back to the
that's for me.
government.
It
It goes
comes as a
back
surprise,
to
honestly.
the insecurity of the thought of having to go back and deal with a government that is so dysfunctional, does not offer opportunities. People prefer to be in a space where they feel like maybe by tomorrow this will be over.
That's what I was going to say. It may be that, because you have to realize this. Many of us that are from the States, we've never lived through a war, but many Africans have. Like in Sierra Leone, like they have, you know what I'm saying? So like they might be looking at it differently than we would be looking at it.
Like this would be like 2 to 3 days and it'll be done.
Yeah, or just even if they think it's a long time, they, like I said, for instance, if it's someone from Sierra Leone or Rwanda or somewhere like that, they've lived through wars before. So like in our lifetime. So
But honestly, I want to believe that they want to come back home, or they will want to come back home, because what I see from the students, these are just students who are like thinking about alternative, going to other countries rather than living all together and coming back to Africa, especially Ghana or West Africa.
For the most part, these people that are in those spaces going to school, whatever, they're well to do in Africa.
Yeah. That's true. Yeah.
Why wouldn't they want to go home? If some of these people are well to do, from what I heard, most of the people that get to travel are people that can afford to.
Yeah, that's true.
Not really. Or some of them gain scholarship.
And in cases of people getting scholarship, don't they still need
But
to be able to
from which government? I cannot talk to the entire Africa, but from my country, yeah. Our people, they get scholarship from our government. Our government sponsor them to go and they have to return. Okay, some of them, they will return, they will come back for 1 or 2 years, and then go back, find a better job in one European country, and then will migrate. But the vast majority of them, they come back and settle in Angola. And the other thing is, these Eastern European country, they are really racist, because if you marry today one of their women, they never recognize your children as their national. So you have to bring your kid and your wife back to Africa.
Yeah.
That's why, most of the laws on those Eastern Europe, work like that. They will never recognize a child of a interracial relationship. So they all your children will always be seen as African. So that's why
That
we have a
part.
lot. Yeah, we have a lot of Eastern European women living in Angola.
I mean, if they're still looking at Russians like they're a mixed breed, I know they'll probably look at us like, okay. I wanna say this. Thank you, Gregory. Everybody, if you're watching, please hit the like button. It tweaks the algorithm, get more people to watch this video. Like I said, I really do like the idea of setting up something, but how many people really feel like if we get some money together that this will have any effect, and what kind of change could that make for those people that are stuck in those spaces?
No, it will. Even if it's $100, I bet that it will make a difference. And listen, I want to tell you something. I'll keep pleading with you. You are the best of us. You are the best of Africans, because the European, they were vicious, especially the Portuguese in Angola. They took the best. They left, those, they knew that these guys, they don't represent a threat to us. So you are the vanguard. And if you just look through our history, even the Pan-Africanism, it wasn't born in Africa. It was imported. Kruma was educated by you guys. All this Padmo, all of you guys. So please, I just plead to you, understand us. We are in a position today of submission. Yeah, we are subjugated. You are the best of us. I know there's some bad baggage, there's some history, but we have to overcome this together. But now is the time. I'll give you another example. Africa receives a lot of charity, but the biggest charity that has ever impacted Africa was We Are the World. That in the 80s, when Ethiopia was having that problem of drought, and the African American artists made that We Are the World. That had a huge impact in Africa, huge impact, because we saw what's coming from one of us, people like us. We embrace that. No other charity has had impact in Africa as that We Are the World. And till today, it's celebrated. Even children that was born 4 or 5 years ago, they know about that, We Are the World. So I will keep pleading. Please, my sisters and brothers from America or Caribbean, please, we need your help. We have to unite. And this is the time. I'm telling you, if us as African, even if we crowdfunded and let's send to Poland through one of African embassy to help, it won't have any meaning. But if you guys, let's say, send to American embassy, say this is our donation to any Africa who is in need, who reach Poland, that will have more impact than us begging. Believe you me, I'm telling you, believe you me, that's a fact. Because you have power. You have power. Even though you may think that, okay, you are always undermined in the society where you live, but compared to us African, we are the bottom. We are the bottom. That's a sad reality, but it's true.
And as long as we don't do what is needful to strengthen ourselves like other people do, I won't say we will always be there, because there are things that are just going to happen because they're meant to happen. But man, it just seems like it's not possible in a big way, because even in this, when you think about the fact that these people are not really willing to go back home, if that is the case, I don't know, but because they know that, even staying in a war, in a space of war is probably better. That's weird.
No, I don't. I don't think the majority of them think like that.
I really have to look into that. That's deep.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
That's deep for me.
Can we see? Is this going to end? Is it going to end very soon? Is it? Because I want to believe that maybe they are thinking maybe it's going to end. And
maybe they think that this will maybe allow them to get to places like America or Canada or other places. Like, you know,
I don't think they're thinking about it that way. I do think, like he just said, I think that maybe they think it's not gonna last that long, and they just like they don't have. Some people just don't have fears like we do about it. Like that's just not something that is beyond imagination. Like for us as Americans, it's almost beyond imagination to think of. Even though I'm not saying it can't happen, to think of bombs going off. But in Africa, it's not. It happens. So they might be thinking like that. Like, you know, it might not last long, or, you know, I'm hoping it doesn't last long too. I mean, I read today they said they were going to sit down and have talks. So, you know, I hope it doesn't last long either, because it's not good for anybody anywhere in the world.
And I mean, this is the same man that said he was going to have talks with France one day before he did what he did. Can he be trusted?
Well, I think he really does want to. What he wants is, from what I've read, he wants them to stop chummying up to the U.S. because the U.S. is trying to get closer and closer to China. I mean, to Russia, to their borders. And what he wanted was for Biden to promise that they would never become a part of NATO. And even though they're not a part of NATO, and everything I read said they probably never will be, Biden would not make that promise. And so this was his response to that. It's like, okay, well, I'll just take the whole darn country then, you know. So hopefully it doesn't last long, you know, who knows. But I think they didn't think World War II would last long either. So,
and if it is going to last long and it escalates, some of us that are in these spaces, Canada, wherever we are, because, you know, America's not going to go in it alone, be it that you're in the UK or Canada or Africa. If it gets messy, we all need to figure it out.
It will get messy.
It's gonna get messy.
It will, yeah, definitely.
It's already messy.
So,
yeah,
so
it's already
what's
messy.
your opinion on if it gets messy? You really think that it's going that way? That there's no way that it's gonna just stop and everything goes back like Corona?
Well, the thing of it is that it's in everybody's best interest for it not to get messy. It's in U.S.'s best interest, Russia's, China's. Everybody involved, it's in their best interest for it not to get messy.
No, I don't think so. Some of them will think that way, but economically and politically, they might be like, if this person falls down. So sometimes I'm like, maybe the Ukraine is trying to put NATO into picture, or the US into picture, so that maybe US will be attacked, and will be, you know, because when US is attacked, they will lose their position in the world, and then what more? Maybe China will take over, or the Arabs are also.
Yeah, but in that case, it's still going to have to go back down to weaponry, and Russia and the US have the biggest nuclear arsenal in the entire world. They've spent decades trying not to fight, because a fight between Russia and the US, nobody wins. So nobody's going to be trying to attack the US unless they really are ready to end the world.
And whoa,
that's facts. It's nuclear gonna be nuclear fallout.
I was saying, because you know that's the one thing. That's the one we rather blow it all up.
No, but I mean, eventually, that's what I said. I said you got to expect the worst to happen, because eventually it's gonna be a leader that's not gonna care, bro.
Somebody's gonna push that envelope.
Yeah, somebody's gonna be willing.
And
to
it
push
might just be him, because he's been waiting to push this envelope for a long time.
Yeah, but he's been in power a really long time too, and he came up with KGB, and he could have done it a long time ago if he wanted to do it.
Yeah, Putin's no idiot. He's not an idiot.
Exactly.
He's not an idiot.
What I fear is just miscalculation, you know, because this weapon system today, they are so tuned that, you know, one wrong launch of a missile, the other may respond, you know, with a real one, and before you know it, you know, we are all engulfed into the nuclear Armageddon. That's my fear.
And if that happens, then there's no. I mean, we just all gone anyway. So
all gone, yeah, all gone, yeah.
I don't know about trying to find me. I'm gonna find me a
Nobody's going away.
You better
Yeah,
get you a bunker.
nobody's gonna win. We're all just out
You
of
better get you a
Yeah.
bunker or something.
But I think the survivor will be the biggest brand because
There
there
won't be
will
a
be no
survivor.
life.
There won't be
Yeah,
a survivor. The way those nukes are set up, they're
yeah,
automated. If Russia launches one, ours automatically launches. If we launch, theirs automatically
Wait a
launches.
minute, is that how it works?
Yes.
yeah,
If they get into a certain point of your airspace,
I never knew this.
if they get a certain point of your airspace, they
Wait
automatically
a
launch.
minute. Wait a minute.
Yeah,
Who China have a nuke too?
China
They
got a
got-
lot of them.
They've got a lot, and so does North Korea. But
Yeah.
none
North
of
Korea, yeah,
America got way
them
more
at
than
this
anybody.
point,
France,
they don't believe any of them other than the Russian ones can hit the U.S.
Yeah.
China is starting to, North Korea and China are starting to get closer, which is why they keep the pressure on them that they do. And it's also a reason why they don't want China to invade Taiwan, right? So this thing is so old. It's so old. And really at the end of the day, if it goes down that route, none of us will be here to be trying to analyze it after.
I think China's a great example of how things work behind the scenes. On one angle, we say that China is our rival, but on the other side, we made China rise. When Nixon made that deal with China, and you see everything started being made in China, that's how they were able to rise, because we bought all their stuff. So it was like deals, behind the scenes deals that
Yeah,
go on,
that's why
where
we
these countries
learn.
choose to support countries that they say are their enemy, but on the backhand side, they're supporting them.
That's why we
Yeah.
can't get all in a frenzy talking
Yeah.
about who's friends and who's not friends. We're the ones that built up Iraq, and we're the ones that tore it down.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So
yeah.
that stuff changes depending on. It's all about power.
Right.
They'll align themselves for power, and then they'll have a war over power.
Right.
It's to the average mind, there's no rhyme or reason to it. But when you really start researching it and looking at it, that's how they knew what weapons were in Iraq and weren't in Iraq, because we gave them the weapons.
And
They
it
built
turns on a
weapons
dime.
that can do what Black Magic is saying, but they have not built infrastructure to make sure the people have somewhere to go to be safe.
Yeah, because that's not what they care about. They care about power.
No.
Well, it's called them superpowers. Like, that's all they care about. And I know, in America, we have the whole black-white thing, and we're very, very hyper-focused on it. But it really is about power. Yes, they could give a rat's patootie about us too, in addition to that. But these people are after a major, massive world power and domination.
Yes.
And right now, they're at the table trying to figure out who's going to be the top of that. They're tired. That's it.
What it's always been about.
Yes.
That's always been the
Yes.
And where are we in this? Where are we? Where are we on the table?
We still are fumbling over our.
Is it because these people, they have so much wealth and like they have so much money to spend? That is why because I look at Africa now, it's because of our position. We don't have all that it takes to go into war. That's why we are not fighting with each other.
And
Africa is
so I'm
funding
thinking
all
it's
of
because-
this. Little do you know.
But no, here's the deal though. The thing is, they've all agreed to keep Africa, and even some African leaders, to keep Africa where it is, because they're not a part of it. And to answer your question, Gina, what should we do? I said this to someone else somewhere, like, we should live our lives. We should live our lives. We should be happy. We should travel. We should do whatever the hell we want to do.
Exactly.
Because we're not in control of any of this. And someone at any time can push a button and end it all for everybody.
And it goes back to, and I like that you said that, Zena. I also think it's important for us not to be afraid. It's
Exactly.
important for us to understand that, man, that's a big part of it too, keeping us afraid.
Oh, that's
I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
No, I was just going to say that, and that's a whole nother agenda that is true too. We've got to just stop being so afraid all the time and stop giving power with words to things that we're afraid of, because
Exactly.
I'm sorry, Mina.
No, it's fine. But where has that gotten us? Nowhere. So it's time to do something different because other people are historically doing the same thing. Their game plan has not changed. And why hasn't it changed? Because we keep doing the same thing. We're not making their game plan change. We're still falling for the okie doke. So until we push a new song and a new dance and really, really unify, because really our future depends on it. And the fact that we just, they give you a couple 30 shekels of silver and they keep you quiet for a little bit, that's what they're banking on. And it's working. But at what cost? You are not a superpower. You're not in a position of strength. Your future looks quite bleak. But if you do something different, switch up your game plan, they're going to have to switch up their game plan. Until you kick them out of your country, out of your continent, they're going to keep doing what they're doing. If they see they can keep.
Do you think everybody agree that that's going to really, do you really see them being able, first, do we even have the capability to do that? And do you think that's going to change the dynamics of good over evil? Because I think that's within us.
Sister, you know what's happening right now? What we don't talk about, or either maybe we don't know. I don't know. But like the U.S. and Russia and China, they're building military bases all over Africa, so that if it goes down, you know what I'm saying. So that whole notion of kicking them out of Africa and all that, it's not going to happen.
At this point, it's too far gone. But what I'm saying is, when it mattered, we should have. And we should have stuck to our laurels. We should have done that. It's too far. Yes, you're right, Sister Z. It's kind of too far gone because the trenches, the cross is already deep in. Then you got other people who are joining in the alliance of it.
Does anybody disagree with that position that it's too far gone?
No, I don't.
Yes,
I don't.
Because you know what?
No, I don't.
Trust here.
No,
One person at a time, guys. Go ahead. I'm gonna come to you, my brother. Go ahead, Powell. I think he started talking first.
Right. Okay. No, I don't think it's too far gone because if you look at even the bases, the military base they have around Africa, they are not like the priority ones. They're like peripheral. It's just to complement. Most of them is just to supply or to transition. So if we Africans unite and in a front and try to confront them, I don't think I believe that they won't put a lot of resistance because they also have interest.
When they confront them,
yeah.
What do you think? What can happen? What can we do? I mean, logically.
Right. Okay.
Gain power in Africa. Everybody.
I think if Africans had leaders who the people respected, then that's all it would take, because there's so much people, especially young people in Africa, that once they make up their mind, there's no stopping them. There really isn't. It's just a matter of the leaders.
Africans need to get nuclear weapons. The reason why China and North Korea and Iran and all these places are trying to get their hands on nuclear weapons is because that's the only thing that these quote unquote superpowers, because I don't like calling people super and master and all of that. That's the only thing that matters to them. It's the only thing they listen to. They're not into emotions or who feels. They're not into it.
Okay.
But there's enough people right now. There's enough people that if the youth just got in the streets and the people just got in the streets and they made them leave and then they didn't allow the leaders to invite them back, I think that's what Tonight is saying about rolling their bases up.
Did you watch what happened in Nigeria when the children got in the street? They shot them down dead.
But let me ask you something.
Yes.
This is what happened.
That's why we
When
need
we
the
look
right
at what
leaders.
happened, do you think that there is energy in us coming together and doing marches or walking or demonstrating? Do you think that the energy that is put out gives us some type of power?
No,
Nope.
No.
no,
Forget it. No, nobody needs to be marching anywhere.
no. It's
So you
again like
guys think that that time is long and gone, and now
yes,
there's different type of
yes,
I
energy
don't think so
that
for
is
the
yes,
continent.
yes, yes.
Yeah.
Like
I
Dr.
think we have
Clark
to
has
empower
always
the youth
said
there
that
to do
we
it
Yeah.
have
themselves.
that marching was for a time, right? It's not the ongoing strategy. And you have to, use a different tactic for the circumstance.
Right, right.
And it may have worked at that particular time, but it's not going to work continually, and it hasn't. So it's time for a different strategy, a different, and way of getting our point across and um, getting what we want and getting the bringing forth the results that we want to see.
And the funniest thing in the world to me is that there aren't even any more Black people in Black Lives Matter. Like if you drive around Atlanta, all the people
Desert.
with the signs and like they're not Black people.
Who are they?
They're white people doing that. It's the funniest thing to me.
They're white people doing what? I'm sorry.
All the Black Lives Matters protests. You rarely
You're
see Black
kidding me.
people involved. Yes.
Wow. They're taking over.
They took that
They're
over.
taking,
They're taking over Black lives.
Yes. Oh my gosh. This
It's
is
sad
damn
because
near
that's a lot about
ridiculous.
there's more. Does this mean that there's more white people caring about Black issues than white Black people
No,
are?
I can't
No.
figure out what it is, but it's something.
That ain't
similar.
You
it.
think that's what it is? I mean, we're
No.
saying no, but obviously,
No, I don't think. No, I don't think that's what it is.
No,
Something
let's be
else, and
clear.
it's just odd because I'll be driving down the street and I'm like, "Am I the only one that thinks this looks odd?" Like,
Yeah. No, you're not the only one thinks it's odd or
It's
it looks
called
odd.
virtue signaling.
it's just it's called going into something where you see a group of people doing something and turning it over by overcoming it with your dominance. And they come in anything that we do, they come and they overthrow it, and that's just
Yeah,
reality.
But the
The
issue
thing
is
is,
that they
Black
don't really
Lives
understand
Matter.
what they're
I don't
doing and why
support
they're
it.
doing it. That's it.
It's just
When their voices would have been more palatable and more effective, they all kept quiet.
I like
And then
what
you can't
Alicia
get
said, y'all. She said, "Come together and put some spiritual bonds on them." I'm not.
There's
I
two
don't
separate
disagree.
things, Black Lives Matter, the sentiment, and then there's Black Lives Matter, the organization,
Mm.
and then from what I heard, the organization, they've been taking so much money and making a lot of money and buying a lot of property with it.
they've been making themselves out to be a fool because they took money from special interest groups and now they have them by the knuckleses.
Black
Not
Lives
So
doing
Matter has
anything
been
for the people.
gentrified.
it's
Not
been
doing
hijacked.
nothing for
Yes,
the people.
exactly, Gina. Exactly. It has been gentrified. And once it's been gentrified, then it's meaningless.
Like hip hop, like soul food, like
Like everything else, it has lost its flavor. Exactly.
It was the Black leaders of Black Lives Matter who took the money, though.
doing what all corrupted leaders do.
They took the money
They
and
go
ran
take
with
their,
it.
their show on the road.
Doing exactly what all of our melanated corrupted leaders do.
Go take their show on the road and be
and
quiet.
what they all do, Gina, is they use our emotions against us. So
Yeah.
we gotta get out of our
Because it
emotions.
worked.
Yeah, we gotta get out of our.
Oh, give me a whole bunch of money. I'm gonna build a museum.
Yeah, exactly.
So
It happens
symbolism.
over and over and over again.
Yes.
But when are we going to wake up to say, wait a minute, wasn't that just done?
Right,
Shouldn't we
exactly.
just fall for the okie doke? Shouldn't
Right,
we
right.
stop? When people show us who and what they are and we hear it out their mouth, should we not believe them? I mean, really. I mean, the responsibility also is incumbent upon us to stop falling for the okie doke. Is it me?
My thing is this. Okay, so I don't blame our people for hoping. I don't blame our people for hoping. Like when When movements come around like Black Lives Matter, or when people come around and they seem to like care about your history and or they're teaching you, and then they turn around and flip note it and take your money from you, we're in a state of hope. And I guess it goes back to what Zena said, what Amina is saying. They're pulling on our heartstrings. They're pulling on our hope strings.
Just like Reverend Ike. If anybody remembers Reverend Ike back in the day.
Yep.
They and all of the
Creflo Dollar today.
Yes. and Jakes and all the other Reverend Chicken Wings of the world. You know, you have them in Nigeria, you got them in America. It's like, they'll just do what I say, because, all I got to do is play a hymn note in this key and get them to start crying and, tug on their conscience and make them feel guilty. And, it's about, religion is the opiate of the masses, keeps you stupid. And that's another form of control.
So
Man-made religion.
Which religion do the Russians and the Russians and the Ukrainians practice? Because
it's not about religion. It's about power and who has it. It's not about religion there. It's not the same. You can't use the same.
But this is about life and death. This is not. Are they gonna die before they assume the power?
Who knows? Who knows? Who knows that answer?
You know what, Gina? One thing I say all the time, particularly about African Americans, not even as much about Africans. I think part of the issue is, because like Amina said, she's like, does anybody remember Reverend Ike? Right? Like we start over every generation. Like we're not passing down history and lessons and things like that.
So we think everything is brand new.
We think everything is brand new, but all of these other ancient nations, Russia, all of them, they know the history. They know why they're fighting. And it goes back hundreds and hundreds, if not even thousands of years, right? So they know why they're fighting. But with us, I think every 40 years, we just start over. That's how come we are on a hamster wheel.
Because we back down. As soon as we start momentum, for whatever reason, they'll stunt one of our leaders by killing them or turning them into crackheads. If something happens, and then we just get scared again, and we just go back to.
I don't even know if it's scared.
Let me use these words. We become robots again, and then
we lull back to sleep.
More about forgetting. I think we forget. I think
very short term.
We do get scared. Wait, I want to say this. We do get scared when we're adults, but when we're children, think about it. I remember being a child and being scared when I learned everything about everybody getting shot, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, every freedom fighter gets killed. I remember thinking everyone.
But the momentum never changed.
Let me finish. I'm just saying. It's psychological. I remember being 15 or something like that and having that thought and feeling scared and thinking, if I speak out, I'm going to get killed like all these people. And I'm just saying, no matter if anyone wants to admit it or not, I think it does have a psychological effect on us.
Slavery had a psychological effect on us.
I do agree
with chattel slavery.
I agree with the sister, and I think it's more. I agree with and I think it's more. It might be more subconscious than we want to admit. But she's got a point with that too.
I think it is for me, and when I look deep in my heart, I know it's fear, because it all goes back to fear.
That's why they leave the bodies in the street when they killed Mike Brown. That's why they left his body sitting on the street for like hours.
Hasn't that been historically done?
Yes, that's why they keep doing it. Exactly, Amina.
As a message, to send a message, right?
Exactly.
But has that stopped? Did that stop our
No, we don't stop, but it affects us
right?
still.
So what about this thought, guys? What about what Denise is saying? We back down because what matters to my generation will not matter to my children's generation.
And that's the problem. That's the problem. That's the problem, though, because everybody else passes down this desire to be on top, to have power, to have privilege, and we don't. All we pass down is misery, generation after generation after generation.
That right there, we don't stop teaching them that.
Exactly. And it's not true. It's not true. Everything that affects you is going to affect your lineage down
Most
the line.
definitely.
Yeah.
Poison in the cookies.
And we
I
have
love
to
what
start
you just
teaching,
said.
we have to change our
Yeah, I
mindset
just
on
want to come back.
I want to, before you go on, I want to read this again because I think this was powerful. Reverend Knight taught science of mind, which is powerful. His mind was on money, though. Our mind should be on absolute liberation,
Absolutely.
away from I think from not just these folks, but even the folks within us.
Oh, for sure.
Could
Oh,
you
for
put our
sure.
names down? Because I don't know the name of the person I wanted to speak of. Who's the person?
Alicia.
with
Oh, you mean the name of the person on the panel?
Yeah, because I
Tina?
can't see.
Tina?
Okay, see. Okay, yeah. I couldn't tell who was speaking at one
Okay.
point.
Hey guys, smash the like button if you haven't, and please share the video, subscribe if you have not subscribed. But go ahead, guys. I'm sorry. Got to pay the bills. So tell me what you think. So what did you want? Did you want to respond to Z or?
To be honest, it just went right out of my brain right now. So I could say something else, but I know it's gonna come back in just a second. But Z, you said something that really important, and I'll be back.
I agree. WK Loa says, even if you're scared, support Black Revolution movement somewhere anonymously, and I think that's important. I think that's important. Even if we're afraid, we should be trying to build. And I see people like Zena and quite a few people I know. Denise is in Gambia doing that right now. Amina, I know you have some projects that you had worked on as far as what we talked about last time when you were on here. I think that we all need to connect ourselves with something until we can do bigger things. Something where we're helping people that are not in the positions that we are in. And
it's called humanity. It's
Yeah.
called humanity is what we're doing in the face thereof. And what I'm saying to Power Yambe is I'm not saying, you didn't help. We didn't have any help from the continent of Africa, so thereby we're not helping you. No, that's not what I'm saying.
What you're saying is that we're not even in a position to do so.
Not in a way in which he thinks.
Not,
yes, we do have power.
We don't have as much power as he thinks, but Zena insinuated something that made me think. Just the fact that you're an American, when you go to other places like Africa or Haiti or those other places, you yield power that the people on ground do not.
You really do.
That is true. I agree.
We were on the continent and actually there to do good work, and the police came and started harassing everybody. And for me anyway, and I think many people that have been to the continent, when you're a woman, a lot of times they just want you to kind of sit there, and my friends say sit there and be pretty and let the men handle stuff. And they were getting ready to start locking people up until I got out of the car and said something, and they heard my accent. So and that's happened way more than once, so I know that to be true. It's really about the power of that passport. I can't stress that enough.
But when no one fears that power of that passport, then what?
What about when we're using that power of a passport against our own people?
It's not right.
Because those of us that have the ability, I mean, even continentals that are born on the continent, once they get those passports, they go back home. And instead of using it for the people, using it to show dominance.
They do. They absolutely do.
That hierarchy.
Yeah.
That divide yet again.
Yeah, I just want to come back to one aspect that we talked about not long ago, when I think Sister Gina or Amina asked that if Africa has gone so far gone. Yeah, I would say no, and I will give an example. Just 2 weeks ago, France was kicked out of Mali. The French army was kicked out of Mali.
They had an agreement to leave. They were not kicked out. And I hear a lot of these Black channels saying stuff like that. That's what I'm saying. We really need to understand geopolitics. They were not kicked out. They agreed to leave.
Yeah, but because there was a new reality in the ground, they couldn't sustain.
No, because they had trained the Malian soldiers. Same way we left Afghanistan and we left Iraq after training their soldiers. It wasn't a power move on the part of Mali. It wasn't, and we shouldn't pretend that it was.
No. As far as I'm concerned, was the Russian involvement. The new military leader in Mali, they made a deal with a Russian private army or something, and they like replaced them. Said, "Listen, we no longer need you here. You can leave." And so France has to abandon. But apart from that, I don't know if there's a move about Black Dawn Down, American in Somalia, 1993 or 94. Remember that movie? The America had to leave. That's why America don't fight war in Africa. So they have now subcontractor. They ask for the Kagame or the Egypt to fight for them in Africa. They no longer fight in Africa.
That helicopter that went down, though.
That
wasn't the U.S. military. That was Blackwater.
Sorry, was what?
Blackwater. That was a private security firm that went down.
Yeah, that was on behalf of American government.
It was behalf of the American government. Yeah. But America's not afraid to fight in Africa, though. I think it has something to do with diplomatic relationship, not them afraid.
No, true. They don't. Yeah, but what we African, we are good in doing. We are capable of making a region be ungovernable. That's what we're good about. And so, all this army, they lack order. So when they cannot control or impose their will, they just leave. That's the difference. So that's why I don't believe that Africa has finally gone. Because just look at our population. We have a very young population, so we can sustain long-term wars. So that's
if they organize like they did in South Africa, I think Africa can be good, just like with
in
Cuba.
Angola as well. In Angola, we did it over 30 years. Over 30 years, we did it.
In guerrilla warfare, I think that would be the only way. You know what I'm saying? And I do think
if they would even need to do that, fight with us in that way anymore, because like Dontor said, like we talked about earlier, they're not willing to put feet on the ground anymore. They're trying to do it in different ways.
Yeah.
As they already are.
Yeah. So for me, it's just a question of leadership. What we like in Africa at the moment is leadership and vision. People with charisma, vision, and you willing to fight for a cause. That's our problem at the moment, because we know what happened to the previous generation. So it's like what you were talking about. I think most of our leaders they are scared. They know what happened, and they look behind them. They say, "Listen, even if I try, I have no backup. So why should I risk my life?" I think that's the problem with us. But eventually, there will be always come a one generation that they will say, "Okay, they say we have nothing to lose. So yeah, let's go for it." That's my belief, anyway.
I do believe that some of what happened in Mali was a little bit better than what used to happen, where we would just fold. I think there has been some moves being made by some leaders to show that they are trying to maneuver in a way where they are trying to speak up, or trying to, even, play them against themselves. I see that they're trying to do that. I don't know how successful that's going to be for us. Because like Zena said, it's about power.
Yeah.
And all they did was exchange France for Russia. How is that a power move?
How does that empower us? And that's what I was thinking, like when I said
but the difference is like France was a colonial power, so there was an imbalance in the relationship. But now the Russian, they know they are there just for a mission. They won't be there, and they don't have that psychological dominance of us. I think that's the difference.
Yeah, I think that's an example of, again, every 40 years forgetting what has happened before. Yeah,
I agree with that. I agree, definitely.
Because then in another 40 years, they'll be like, we're bringing in France, we're kicking out Russia. You know what I mean? It's like,
It's ongoing. It's just not.
Yeah, yeah. And I believe that France left because they feel they feel they need to leave. But if they want to come back, of course they will come back. Yeah, they will come back because we are not organized. While we have only Mali fighting.
All they have to do is pay the right person.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. They always have people in place.
So the issue goes back to us. It goes back to us. It goes back to us. It's not France. It's not Russia. It's not America. It's us.
Yeah.
And I think, Steve, you said something so important right now about how right now it could be one country and the next time it could be another country. So what's most important is to free ourselves from that. And the point about it is, who is the one who's behind that choice? You know, that there's these organizations behind those choices to say, oh, today it's this country, tomorrow it's this other country. And who are those? For example, when it was slavery.
Is that what you're saying?
When it was slavery, it was the Pope, right? It was the Pope of Rome who decided what country gets what part of Africa. So who's making the choice now? Who's doing it?
I think it's us. It's always been us. It's the way we position ourselves. I think that we're going to need to change the frequency. I think we're going to need to it's what we're listening to, what we're watching, what we're buying into. I think our children and their children are influenced by all those things that we are buying into. And we're not putting in the work to give them what belongs to them.
Yeah, and that's the distraction part. But I get what the sister is saying. The sister is talking about the energy behind that. What ruling class or ruling whatever, because it can go from the Pope to the British to the this and the that and the this.
And then Gina, what you said, bring it down to ourselves.
My mind is this.
I agree with you.
Regardless of who it is, it is all about where we are mentally, consciously,
and spiritually. Agreed.
It doesn't matter who the person is. There's always going to be a group of people waiting to come in and take what's yours.
Yeah.
But it depends on where you are.
I agree with you 100% on that. The battle is spiritual, and it manifests in the physical.
And if you have to stay focused, and if you take onus, then nobody can. I mean, then you're telling yourself that I have the power to make this happen, or if this does not happen, I did not give it power.
And a perfect example is it was the 1400s when the Pope did what he did, right?
Mm-hmm.
The 1600s when the British and the US did what they did. So that's what a 200 year span. If we're forgetting everything every 40 years and saying things like what matters to me won't matter to my children, they're doing a 600 year plan and we're on a 40-year plan. You know what I'm saying? Like,
they're thinking millennia, and we're just like, oh, what am I going to do in 2 days?
Yeah, we talking about me and my kids when they're talking.
Not even my kids, me.
Exactly.
I know a lot of us don't think about our kids. Like, we don't even set up a thing where our children won't have to work as hard as we did. And that's the part. So these are lessons. These are the things that we need to be thinking about when things like this happen. Is we need to be able to position ourselves see ourselves 500, 200 years from now, not being in the same position that we are in. And how do we do that? By changing the frequency. And what does that mean? What does that mean, changing the frequency? That's the part. How we see things, us not taking responsibility. Like, we went on and I let it go on because I liked it. The fact that, they're Russia now. Okay, Russia's leaving now. Well, no, we got French leaving now. Russia, like, who's better between them? It's like the same thing. And so until we get to a place where we take ownership, and the only way that we're going to do that is to condition our people. Now, is that even possible, to recondition the people?
You have to start from. It's not gonna to make it more effective. It has to start with the youth, And that's what, like, the education is a huge, huge, huge part. The formative stage of a child is the most important part of their life. When you get to the ages of past like 25, your majority of the concepts that you've ingratiated within your mind are concretized. So really trying to change someone's mindset past that age is almost like a really waste of time. So we have to start getting those resources together to make the education system that we have ours, and we control that and control the curriculum, and don't expose them to the stupid media that we are exposed to now.
I love that because that's exactly what I was thinking. I was thinking the same thing. Like the fact that most people are leaving the continent, or going out of the continent to find a better life. The children not getting the type of education. All children not being in school. And it's funny because we're gonna have to stop being selfish, because you see, a part of what's keeping us under the table is the fact that we like to keep our own people under the table. A lot of us that are leaving these spaces and going to other spaces, come on, we're not really trying to bring back the type of livelihoods that we are seeing in other places, because we want to be able to go back there and stunt. Everybody know what stunt means?
Yep.
We want to be able to go back there and be the big guy. This thing where they throw the money all over the place and, to people that don't have it. This is our problem. We want to make it rain. And the only way that you can make it rain is to go into a space where it's drought, where there's no rain and the ground is dry. So for you to look like you making it rain, everybody else got to be, thirsty. And we like to have other people be thirsty. So the problem is us.
Yeah. I concur.
The only way we can change this is if the like minds of us that are really tactical and strategic and dedicated and willing to sacrifice have to coalesce. We can't keep waiting on the masses of people or our leaders to start getting good. We got to do it ourselves, because if we don't do it ourselves, the people that knows the direction in which we need to go, it's not going to happen. Yeah. And the longer we wait, the more impossible it's going to look.
Yeah. We should want everybody to live as comfortably. We shouldn't be comfortable seeing children not have shoes on, working out there, trying to sell little things so they can feed themselves and their family. It should be a despicable thing to see somebody living in a situation or in a condition like that. We should want what we have in other places, like when we go to places like Europe and America and Canada. We should want that type of life for those people, where we are, be it Africa, Haiti, Jamaica, wherever, in the hood, wherever we are. We shouldn't be trying to run away from them spaces. We should be trying to make our spaces just as great. And the reason that we aren't fixed to do that is because we are somewhat conditioned to think that we need others.
Sis, I don't even know if it's that. I think it's this thing with Black misery. Like, we need to quit selling Black misery, because think about this. If we weren't selling Black misery, that person that's going back to the continent needing to separate himself from the masses because, quote unquote, now he's made it, that wouldn't exist. You know what? These preachers and all this stuff that play on our emotion through Black misery, that wouldn't work.
Yeah.
So that's our part in it, in my opinion, is we do a lot of celebrating. And
give me some examples of Black misery.
Slave movies.
Yes, I didn't want to say it, but yeah.
How do you see? Okay. How would you tell your story if you don't? How would slave movies? Now, that can't just be it, because that's a part of our history. We can't.
Well, the thing is, it's not.
It's the motif of the movies, though. It's the motif. Majority of the motif in the movies is
motif.
Okay, it's not positive. Like it's not nothing that's
it's not empowering to us. Yeah. I liked the Harriet Tubman movie, but I won't let my young people watch it because there had to be a white hero in it, running and falling and almost getting caught, and that story could have been told in a completely different way.
You said this, Zena, and someone somewhere. I'm sorry, I'm not cutting you off, but I just don't understand. How do Africa, where the Africans were taken from, How is Africa not telling this story in movies and giving it to it the right way?
Because they're buying into
I've never understood that. Like, why are we still like looking out for movies to come from Europeans or maybe Black people that are Europeanized as far as education to give us our history? Like, you would think Africa would have nothing but this stuff in movies and stuff, but when you go to African movies,
they don't want to be reminded.
Yeah, they know less
They don't
African
even
history
know
than
the
we
story.
do.
They don't
Most
even know
times.
the stories. They don't even know these stories.
Right.
And then another problem is when people do tell it the right way, like that Birth of a Nation movie, we get all distracted with, like, I think they started some distraction about him, you know, raping somebody, which it went away as soon as the movie flopped. That nobody talked about it anymore, right? Like, we gotta stay out of our emotions with stuff, because that movie told the real story, but Black people didn't embrace that movie.
Man,
That's
what
a
was
movie
the said,
Sankofa.
do y'all agree
Sankofa
with
tells
this?
you.
The church ties Black misery with righteousness.
Yeah. So if we just get rid of the Black misery, if we just stop celebrating Black misery, we would gain back a lot of power. You know, people wouldn't be able to collect money saying they're going to open a school for poor, you know, underprivileged Black kids. People wouldn't be able to.
Wait a minute, Zena. Are you talking about my guy?
Now, I'm getting a lot of messages from brothers and sisters asking me about the Russia-Ukraine war. I'm getting a lot of questions from brothers and sisters asking me about the Russia-Ukraine war. And what I'm saying is, if it don't involve Africans, I'm not concerned. If it don't involve Africans, I'm not concerned.
Yeah.
Talking about my brother.
Hey, look, and now send me a donation. You
Yeah,
know.
that's what we going with.
Yeah, you know what I'm
Send them
saying?
donations.
I keep telling y'all.
You know,
Conscious charlatans.
And even I mean, I hate to say it, a lot of the YouTube channels, it's the same thing as selling Black
They
music.
said the same thing on my channel as well.
They said what? I'm sorry. Go ahead, son.
What did you say?
I mean, they've been saying the same thing. Always, if it doesn't concern Africa, well, you get it right. There are a lot of Africans there as well. So what about that? I don't know Africans. Should we close our eyes? There are a lot of even if you exclude Africans, continental Africans, there are other Africans from the diaspora, from from the Americas, also living in Europe. So
yeah, but the thing of it is, do you guys remember when this thing that way before this war started, America started pulling its people out of Ukraine?
Yep. And this was what, a month ago, 2 months ago?
Yeah. And Africa should have been doing the same thing.
So when I don't understand this, when they see other people scrambling to get out, why are they sticking in?
Some of them probably did leave. I don't know. Like I said, and again, I think that a lot of them, like, war is not something.
Now, one thing I will say is some of these young people were saying they just didn't have the money,
and that's probably true too.
And that's the part. They just didn't have the money to leave when they could leave, and
but
now they can't leave because it's not even about money; it's about ability to leave.
But it goes back to the government, though. When Rona happened,
they should have provided the money for those people.
Yeah, the U.S. picked them up. Now they build them later, but the U.S. sent planes for them.
Yeah, you're right. Because you're right. When that happened, they built them a lot higher too.
Which is, hey, but you know what? If I'm stranded in a war zone, build me later. I don't care. I'll figure that out.
I'll pay you.
I'll pay you on Tuesday.
Yeah.
So so a lot of this, like, we can't. We can't. It's the truth. It's the governments that are supposed to look out for their people, and African governments, as much as I love the continent, either they're not in a position to do it or they just don't do it.
Yeah, it's both.
I just read a tweet. One guy just said apparently one of African leader wrote on Twitter, the way they're treating African in Ukraine is despicable. That's
And so
all.
this is a leader that's saying this?
Yeah, it's the leader who's saying it on Twitter.
But there's a war going on. I mean, do you really think that they're going to be passing out muffins?
Exactly. But you as a leader, will you spend your time on Twitter, or do you spend your time on sending a delegation or trying to organize a rescue or relief effort? That's the problem.
All of the above. You got to be on Twitter these days.
So
Yeah.
let me ask you guys
let's
something. What do you say to someone that says misery, unfortunately, is a reality?
I was just going to address that. It is a reality, but we don't have to celebrate it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be thrown in everybody's
the
face.
only option.
Maybe we can help you understand, Queen Z. We make it our base. Basically, it's our essence.
If that's the only image,
but that's not true. And we're talking about frequency. We're talking about understanding that there's energy, and there's in spirituality. You got to understand that if this is what you see and all you think of yourself, you will never move from there.
You're just going to create more of it. And then you get what the brother from Angola just said. You get what you get with an African leader just putting a tweet out about misery. That's people don't need that. Like, we need to get off the misery part and do something.
And the victimhood.
Yeah, the victim. Yeah,
that's
exactly.
irritating.
Very.
Always begging for something.
Exactly.
There's a teaching that we create from our subconscious mind, that we create our reality from our subconscious mind, and our subconscious mind absorbs and takes in everything we see and hear and feel, and from that is where we form what we do, our actions. And they say they've scientifically proved this by showing people things, and they could test how they responded, the speed that they responded to the different stimuli.
Yeah.
So anyway, my point is that the way we behave a lot of times is we're programmed by experiences that the scientists say happened before we were 7 years old. By these experiences, what we see in the world. And then from that, what we feed ourselves, like what you're saying culturally, Gina, like the music and everything else, definitely has an effect as well.
Yeah.
And that's why none of our children, especially under 7 years old, need to be watching any of that stuff,
Now, but it doesn't mean that we not teach them, but teach them in our way.
Listen, my kids grew up listening to, we would go to I'm telling my age, but we would go to the library and get Malcolm X records, right? Because, you listen to a Malcolm X speech, that's very empowering. That's telling you who you are and what you're capable of, right? It's not just constantly telling you you're a victim of some more powerful person. There's a difference.
So first you empower them. They're gonna bump into some of those things. The misery stuff is gonna be out there. It's out there, but you have to strengthen them.
Yeah, and like for instance, the young people in my family, you're not allowed to. When you talk about our history, you're not allowed to call yourself a slave. You were an enslaved person or an enslaved African. It's those little subtle.
A prisoner of war. That's what I told my kids.
That too. You know what I'm saying? Like those things matter. The context that you use when you tell the stories. And then you don't start the story in America.
Yeah.
But you got to contextualize our history, which is not done well at all.
Tell the truth, the whole truth.
Don't try to sit there and make it seem like we were victims. Take responsibility where we need to take it.
And talk about the Black Seminoles. Talk about how they fought. Talk about, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you just see in America, what they do is they just tell literally. I remember the first time I heard this. I might have been like third grade. Everybody was talking about where they come from. Oh, you're Italian and you come from Italy and da 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 da. And when and I asked the question, well, what about us? Oh, you were slaves. And I thought that can't be, like, that's it. And that's why I'm so into African history, now.
What do in Africa? What do you think the misery talk is there? Because to be honest with you,
Poverty.
we're talking a little bit about diasporan situation now, but on a continent, what do you think the misery talk is?
Poverty. We're poor. We need help. And
It's those flies on the children. That's
yeah,
what
and
it
then
is.
No, that's the talk about them. What do you think the
That's
self
the
talk is?
images. No, they see that too. The trash.
It's
Yeah.
the victimhood. They paint themselves as victims. My family in Africa, when the virus first hit, and I'm talking like the second day, they called me up trying to get money. Like, we don't even know if this thing's gonna last more than a week. How's money gonna help you? You know what I'm saying? It's like they are conditioned around, I'm a victim,
So
and
you think
I can't help myself.
they're opportunists? That sounds opportunist.
I don't know if I honestly, sis, I think it's just baked in the culture. I really do. I don't think that there's anything malicious behind it. I think it's very automatic. Something happened, I need to ask for money.
Misery is the father of
It's
depression.
trained
Depression is
dependency.
the mother of
That's what we've been subject to, is trained dependency. You got to get off that mindset. When somebody colonializes you, in most instances, you become to act as your dependent party. But until you become independent of that master's man, then you're just gonna continue being a slave.
So we all have it, and other cultures don't have it. They're always being told stories, even though I don't like these kinds of stories, but they're always being told about, oh, my great grandfather fought in World War I and World War II, and he was valiant, and we don't tell our kids those kind of stories. We start talking about sitting on the back of the bus and somebody didn't sit on the bus, and go past that. Tell
I love what this person just said. Materialism is a major problem, and then the next one is so true. In Africa, they told that because of witchcraft.
That's true too.
And curses.
And I'm not buying that whole materialism thing, because you know what? I don't think there's anything wrong with living a comfortable life. I'm sorry.
Nah, but it's a difference. If it's at your detriment, there's a difference between comfortable
If
and
it's at
luxury.
the detriment of your people, where you're willing to take money coming in, instead of building schools, you buying yourself jets.
Yeah, that's different.
Yeah, that's dumb. Like,
when we talk about materialism, we're talking about people that do not care for lives of humans.
Okay, well, that's different.
Above,
I don't buy into that. We got to be poor to be righteous thing. That's
no, not poor. It's materialism is being you caught up into the like the trivial things. Nobody's saying you don't have to be comfortable.
Yeah, I don't think that's wealth. I don't think having a whole bunch of stuff is wealth. Wealth is for me, has a lot to do with internal and external. Like, I don't think just because you have a lot of things don't make you wealthy. For me.
I agree with that, but at the same time, we can't help anybody if we're just as broke as they are. So I just don't buy into it. Yeah.
You have to amass resources, but not literally materials. Like, by materialistic, she's talking about like us thinking we got to buy Louis Vuitton and Gucci and all that.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Or have 10 houses when you could only sleep in one.
Right. Yeah, that I get. Yeah,
that materialism.
Okay, I agree with that.
That's materialism. Other than that, living comfortably, that's a whole different thing. I don't think it falls under materialism.
No, it doesn't.
I don't think so. Yeah. This was a great conversation. I want us to all, please, if nothing else, let's start exercising this frequency and energy thing. Send love and light. If you guys pray, if you meditate, focus on the protection of our people, wherever we
do
are.
it every day.
Even if you only do it on your 15-minute break, where you just sit back and you just think and send love and light. And strength.
We could do that right now. We could do a meditation or visualization if you'd like to lead us in visualizing our people in Ukraine.
I don't think that's honest, though. I think you have to do it.
We can do that anytime. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
we're together.
I personally feel like
we're together right now.
I think you have to do it when you're ready, and I think you should do it every day. And I think it's something that we need to start practicing every day.
It's scientific. Do you know that?
Yeah,
it's scientific.
True. Yeah, send love and light to people. I mean, in the beginning, even if you don't know what to say or what to put out there. Just go in your heart and feel love, and want goodness, and want to see empowerment in our communities.
And that's how your day should be started.
And that's how your day should be started. And not just to our community. Send love and light to the world. Hell, we all need it.
I'm telling you, because aren't we on this planet together?
Yep. And that's the thing. It's like if we don't do it for the whole world, because what happens
They're
is
gonna bleed all over us.
That's it.
They're gonna bleed all over us like they've been doing. We're very love and light type people anyway.
Yeah, but that's not our problem. We give everybody else.
Regardless, we're ultimately affected one way or the other.
We give everybody else love. We don't give ourselves love. That's the problem.
That's true. However, if we don't send up and out the positive energy that we all need to, feel and walk in, we all on that same ship called the planet Earth, like it or not.
And when we're in this situation, Amina, when we're talking about two people that could literally wipe all humanity off the face of the planet, you're right. Like, we need to be talking about bringing peace in the world.
Yeah, we gotta see past that.
But we can do this, y'all. Every day at noon, if you want to, you could, we could set that time, and we can just take that time to send love and light.
I'm in.
That's how I start my day. I have to start
if you want to do it early in the morning, that's fine. I'm sure it will work regardless, but it's something about doing it at the same time.
That's right, collective.
I agree.
I'm with it.
So I think it's just time that we start, because I don't believe, and it's another thing, and I think someone somewhere said something to that effect, that we don't really in our hearts think like that of each other. Like, just wake up and start thinking, man, I hope my people, in this day, please protect my people, guide my people, bless my people, direct my people.
You know what, sis? I think, again, it goes back to the Black misery. This is reminding me of one time, because I have like a pretty serious looking face, right? But you know me personally, so I'm so sweet. But
yes, she is. Yes, she is.
But I have just a very serious looking face, right? And so I purposely, one day, I travel a lot. So I said, when I travel today, I'm gonna smile at everybody I see, right? And these were Delta, what do you call them? Flight attendants, right? So I walked past them and smiled, and I heard them as I was passing, talking about me like, what the hell is
crazy?
Yeah, like,
who's she smiling at?
Oh my goodness.
So, part of it is like we expect misery. Like
Wow. It's been beat into us though, hasn't it?
Yeah.
And it's been passed down, generation poison in the cookies.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, so we do need to begin to lift that off of ourselves to the point where when someone is trying to be nice, because a lot of us, even since the way me and you met, you were like, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're just not.
Like, what you want from me?
Wow.
No, that's true. That's right. You say you could walk down the street, say hi to somebody, they'll look at you crazy.
Yeah, I do. I do it to people on purpose, because I know, we're just dead set, for no reason. You don't even have to know one another, and I'll say, thank you, brother. Thank you, sister. And they're looking at me like, weirdo. Okay. And that's how, I'm trying to set the, precedent of how the day goes, and it's like, maybe it'll give them food for thought. Like, you know what? I am his sister. I am her brother. Maybe that would chart the course. Me and this brother were on the elevator like about 2 weeks ago. Mm-hmm. And when the Neanderthals got off the elevator, he looked at me and I looked at him, and I'm like, how you doing, brother? And he says, I'm doing what needs to be done. I said, I hear you. I said, but I'm right there. I'm ready to step off. Yeah. He says, I understand. I'm with you. And it's those connections at that time. We try to motivate one another, like, keep your head up.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do that. But then again, that's us being united in misery
That's our
too.
natural. That's our natural.
Unfortunately,
When we're not.
unfortunately, despite thereof, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But I love this idea, Gina, of just putting love and light out there at a
Yeah.
certain time, a day.
I think that right there will be the frequency that we need to ignite bigger movements within our.
It is very possible.
And I think that if we, it gets, the thing about it is a lot of people don't believe in what they can't see. And
Unfortunately.
you don't understand this, when you think about people like Malcolm or Martin or, Kwame Nkrumah, their wishes, what was happening within them internally, what drove everything. It was the frequency that they were exuding that drove everything. And imagine if we can do this collectively.
And that was the ultimate cry, though, wasn't it? Wasn't that the plea that was being, chanted in so many words?
Yeah. So I think that's a good start. I mean, because we can't literally go into those spaces. I mean, even with those young people or the people, they're not all young, all the people that are, thousands of Africans that are stranded or not able to get out of those spaces. Sing love and light that our people, be safe and protected and guided and, get the help that they need.
Yeah, because it is true. I mean, it could happen anywhere, It could happen. I mean, it could happen here.
Yes, it could. Anything's possible.
And we have to put ourselves in their shoes, and what would we want people to do if it were us?
And it's funny because I always make fun of before I never understood why people like the Indians, the Africans, even the Haitians, they all this drumming and they're chanting together and praying together, and even in churches you see it now where we do this thing. It's just natural to us to do things, to be in to be in frequency doing something. And I think that's really where power is.
I agree.
It's also disempowering when we're not doing it in a good space within ourselves.
Yeah.
But I think that it gotta come from your heart. It's gotta be real, it's gotta be love. And that's a powerful weapon, y'all.
Yes, it is.
I honestly think, though, of all people, African people, all over the world, like there is something very spiritual about us. So if anybody can do it, it would be us,
Most definitely.
So this was a great discussion, guys. I have to tell you that I'm not on here as much as I would like to be, and it has a lot to do with the fact that I'm really not speaking unless I feel like I'm being told to speak, and that's not like the voices in my head, but my heart. And I think that moving forward, we're going to see a lot of people, it's funny because this right here just tells you there was an energy on this earth with all the divisiveness that we saw going on, especially with the, diaspora wars and all the drama in certain spaces here in Africa, even in Haiti. You could tell that there's this type of energy down here. There's an energy, there's a frequency that is definitely here to divide. So, and I think that what a lot of us don't understand is we think that because it's few of us and there's the noise is so many people making noise, to the contrast that they have power. No power. One person could stand in the face of millions with love and defeat them, and it's happened over and over again. So we saw it in Martin, the love that he had for his people. We saw it in Nkrumah. We saw it in many others. Malcolm, I can't leave him out. But we saw it in so many others. So I think we don't understand, like Zena said, our power, our true power, our ability. And I think that conditioning has done a work on us, but we've also done a work on ourselves. It's time to remember who we are. So we can talk more about that. I want to say this, guys. I want to say I'm so grateful to have a group of people. This coming together is everything for me. Like I always say, there's so much love here for you guys. This is going to be the closeout. So everybody, let's take a look at that clip again. Let's remember why we came here.
We are not allowing any black people to enter inside the gates. We are all here. It's only Ukrainians that they are allowing in. Even the ones with kids, they're not allowing them in. They really have been here for days and nobody's asking any questions. Only Ukrainian women and kids they are allowing in through this gate. All the places blocked and all are full of blacks from different communities, from different countries. Nobody's talking to us. These are the black community. We are not allowing any black people to enter inside the gates. We are all here. It's only Ukrainians that they are allowing in.
And this was day 3 for them. I didn't play the whole clip, but there's loads of videos out there for you guys to go and look and keep, look don't look in fear, look in love. And while you're looking at it, because I kept having to tell myself we're protected, we're guided. There's something greater looking over us. And I had to keep telling myself that. Well, now I'm forcing myself when I look at situations with our people that I'm trying to exude love, because I know that fear is not something that I want to give power to. So Amina, my sister, tell me what you think. This was an amazing conversation. I have to work at 5 a.m, so I'm not going to be here that much longer, but I just really needed to come in and have this discussion. And I feel so much better speaking to you guys now about it.
Thanks, Gina. Thank you. Thank you for having the caring heart that you have, that you thought it was necessary to speak on this. And by our speaking on this, we're sending up and out positive energy and hedge of protection around our DNA African people. And that the world will come into oneness by the Almighty Creator family. I thank everybody for coming today and through seeing our things we need to improve upon. Maybe, just maybe, we can use the energy, that frequency, as Gina mentioned, to change the minds and hearts of man. Anything is possible.
If anybody else can do it in this world, it's us. That's what we were created for. Yes.
I agree.
Thank you so much, sis. Love you.
Love you more.
So Rasta, this was a great talk. Tell me what you think. What was your takeout on this? What would you like to share? And here comes to Niger, y'all, all late.
Hey, brother, how you doing?
On that CP time.
Stop it.
He coming on Nigerian time.
It's not 10 o'clock.
Yeah, I'm just late. Sorry about that.
How are you?
All right, so tell me, okay, before we let Soul go, to Niger, give me your 2 cents. I know you came in here for something. Before I let Soul close out, tell me what you think about what we've talked tonight. I saw you in the comment section. I agreed with both of those comments that you made. Elaborate if you'd like.
Yeah, I think when I saw the last video, I didn't see it before because the videos I saw wasn't so clear that they were like what the Europeans were doing was exactly terrible. But I think the last one was clearer, the one you showed just now. I obviously I've been talking about this for ages. Our people just keep letting themselves down. We are weakness. This is what you get for weakness. I don't see Israelis there or Chinese people there, and our people just sit there and they know this stuff was coming. More than a month ago, and our government didn't do anything to move their people out of there. And then you expect the Europeans to put you in the first of the line. They will not. They will put their people first, and that is what we should be doing too. And I noticed that earlier on we were talking almost as if we're like kumbaya and the world should kind of come. The way the world works is that which is weird about life. If people want to have peace, funny enough, you have to really prepare for war because there are idiots out there that need controlling. And human beings, it's almost like God put us in this world and just play games with us, because the good guys, no matter how good you are, there's always that idiot that is going to come and try to mess everything up, that just enjoys anarchy. And to keep that person in check, you need force. Hence why this force has translated into nuclear weapons. So these events are going to keep happening. And whether we figure out the way to just calm ourselves down, I don't think this one is going to spill out of control. I think it's not worth that much trouble. But you can't take anything for granted, really. And see, whatever happens, it happens. I don't think right now, our people are doing so well that we have much to lose anymore right now. I don't think we have.
Feel like we're already at the bottom. All we can do is go up.
Yeah, let them screw it. If they want to screw it, I think there's something to be learned from it, though. With this thing, Putin, it just shows you what power does. When you have power, you can exert yourself and your will, and things will happen. And I hope our people are taking notes and learning that, these are the world unmasking itself a little bit, so that people see what is behind it. America has been doing all this stuff they want to do. Everybody's a kind of accustomed to America to doing all these things. But to see other nation do this, even when the whole world is telling them, that shows you the shape of the world. It's going to reveal itself. And we as Africans, we need to get our act together. This is not, we are in a bad shape in terms of, being able to even compare with any of these powers. And I believe we can do it. And I believe we have the capacity to do it. It's just a matter of changing our mindset. We have 1 billion people. There is no time 1 billion people have moved in this world, they didn't get their way.
Yeah.
Are you going to kill 1 billion people? Good luck with that one. The world is going to come to an end. So
we got to figure out a way to win without doing that. And I think if any people in this world can do it, it's us. As a matter of fact, we're the only ones that can do it. I believe that.
The only way you can win in this world is to let them see that, if they want to take you on, they're going to have problems. You're not going to look for fights.
That power. It goes back to that power that Zena was and Amina and everybody else was talking to someone somewhere.
Yeah, the Chinese didn't fire a shot to get to where they got to. Right now, they did it themselves. They figured out a way to do it without confronting anyone directly. The Indians did the same thing. There is no reason why we Africans cannot do the same thing. We are quite friendly, aren't we? Let's be friendly and make ourselves powerful at the same time, and without incurring the wrath of other people. And if they come after us, given how friendly we are compared to other groups, it tells you that they were never ever going to let you survive it anyway. So
do you, just to ask you one question, anybody has any questions for Tunija, feel free for statements or response. But just to ask you something, Tunija, in my perspective, the only thing that needs to change is the way we do things. What do you think?
The way we do things in what sense?
The way we do things in all senses.
I think we have to ask for specific things.
It's so much to touch on, especially when it comes to how we view ourselves and how we treat ourselves. And
I think systems create what we have, because I think we focus too much. Sometimes I feel like sometimes we talk about how we treat ourselves and all the rest. Europeans don't treat themselves well. Look at what they are running circles around us, because they create systems that is beyond them.
Do you think that they're the scope of winning? Do you think that Europeans are the what do you call that? That they are the example of winning?
They are the example. Pardon?
Because I noticed that we can't compare ourselves to people that are losing.
I don't know what I will call it losing when we are the ones standing at that train station. I don't know whether you call it losing. See, the point is, the way I look at it is that if you want to win, you have to start demanding specifics. We can't keep mixing things up, because yes, we are suffering, but without security, you can't get this thing. That suffering is never going to end. If you hate your leaders, without transparency, that stuff is not going to end. So we know some clever things we can ask for. It's like a neighborhood. Somebody's going to come in all the time to come and steal something from somebody's bin. If you want to catch that person, you put a CCTV camera, and when you catch, you take the video to the police, and they catch the person. Those type of things, we know the solutions to some of all these problems. We just need to start implementing specifics. Those are the things that keep our societies intact. I don't know, the American one, they can do similar stuff too. On the continent, I believe if the continent fixes itself, the rest will start coming together by default.
I agree with that.
So
anybody want to respond? Go ahead, guys. You got to Niger.
Yeah, I just want to say, so as we were sitting here, my social media popped up, and it's these people on a bus. They're called the United Hatzalah of Israel. It says rescue. Yeah, it says rescue delegation has landed in Romania, passed the border with Moldova, and is now on its way to Ukraine. The team has advanced life-saving equipment for those in need. So my point in bringing that up is they're not in a misery story, right? They're like, oh, people need help. I'll go help.
Our people.
Let's go get our people. You know what I'm saying? And so I think that's what Tunija is saying too. It's like we just seem to be on this replay of, oh, look what they're doing to us. Oh, look what are we going to do for us?
I agree on that.
And it's quite pathetic, really, to be frank. See, the Japanese were bombed. So many people, the Jews were in the gas chamber and all the rest. They figured out their way. They figured their way around. And we have more. We have 1 billion people. We have a whole continent. What is our excuse? That's why I feel like sometimes it's a little bit pathetic. Some of the outcomes we've achieved so far, crying about all these past stuff.
Do you think this war is going to end?
It's going to end, of course. I don't think Americans or the West are.
So you don't think it's going to spread? You think this is it? It's going to die out in a couple of days?
I think less than 1% is going to spread. They like their benefits right now. The only people that will spread this war, if they want to spread it, is going to come from the West. So, and they don't have any interest in spreading it. They are the ones enjoying the war right now. Why would they want to tear the war?
What do you mean enjoying it? What do you mean by that?
Because they are the ones calling the shot. The America is a superpower. Why would they want to endanger his superpower status? It's not going to endanger. If you go and fight Russia now in an aggressive way, it's just going to ruin all their benefits. And you never know how the war is going to end. If you start a war once you start a war, you can't control the outcome.
But do you remember the Ukrainian government is also calling on NATO? It's like, oh, we want to join you, and you guys are not coming here to support us. How can we join you if we don't know how you offer your help to us? This is he said this once, so I'm they're trying to push the NATO and of course US involved. They want to push NATO and US into the picture so that maybe to become like a US versus Russia.
And that's why they're not getting involved. That's why NATO's not getting involved. That's why.
You guys think what Alfonso is saying is the fact it's not war per se, it's just big brother checking little brother?
Yes.
I think it's just propaganda, really. Most of all this is just propaganda from the point of view of the West, because I think they know exactly why this is happening. They are not stupid. They know exactly why this is happening. They kept creeping forward and further towards this Russian border.
Ukraine, and Russia's like,
yeah, they kept doing that. So
stay in your own lane. This is mine.
Now, do you think that the media is creating panic?
Of course, that's what I mean by the propaganda. They are making it look like, oh, this is crazy. Russia is outrageous. Why is it? They know exactly why Russia is doing it, and they knew that this was a risk that they were taking. And now, when whatever happens, they're not going to do. They're not stupid. They're not going to do any more beyond this, because they know they have more to lose from doing that. What has Russia got to lose? Nothing. You keep insulting them, and they have over 3,000 nuclear warheads. What are you asking for? Trouble. I'm even surprised they took it this far.
I hear they are also poor, but how do they have much money to spend on military equipment?
Oh, now you know. Now you see why I think our situation is pathetic. Look at them. They don't have that much. Yeah, they do have oil, but look at what they are able to do with that. They have just about 100 million people or so, and they have 1 million standing army. And look at the whole West Africa don't even have up to 500. What is 500? What am I talking about? Don't even go even close. We have 400 million going to 500 million people in West Africa alone, and we barely have up to 500,000 soldiers. Not even close.
Don't you think this is madness? That with all their problems you've been hearing about in the Western news, they still have so much money to spend on all of these things.
I keep saying these things. You don't need money. You just need your people. Why? I don't know how people just have translated this thing to mean money. He just, when they build their first nuclear weapon, let me just say this: when they first built their nuclear weapon in the 1940s, the technology they had then, Africa has more than that now. That is the craziest thing. We have the same technology that they had when they first built their nuclear technology. I think the thing is, our leaders don't just have the will for whatever reason. Why they have chips planted in their head, I don't know.
No,
but you know,
Tunaja, that's not true. But carry on. I will come to you later.
Do you think that part of it is, honestly, seriously, look at what's going on with anybody that tries to get nuclear weapons. Like, I think Africa knows they better not go there.
Yeah. Oh no, look at it. No. It's actually the opposite. See, that's the wrong message. See, that's why propaganda is very, very bad. Look at it. Saddam Hussein tried to give up his nuclear technology and biological weapons. What happened to Saddam Hussein? Not good. Right. Libya, they tried to give it up. Nothing good happened. Iran refused to give it up. Iran is still standing. North Korea refused to give it up. North Korea is still standing. So if you look at the pattern,
you don't have to tell it. You don't have to tell that you have it.
If you look at the pattern, weakness. See, if you look at the pattern there, it tells you that if you concede your security strength, you lose. You will lose either way. So you might as well hold on to it, because the Iranians held on to it, the North Koreans held on to it, and they are all still standing today.
And I think that's because at the time, when they built their stuff, and I think someone just said that on the chat, like they didn't announce that they were building or anything like that. But I would bet that the world would be a different place if Africa said, "Hey, we're going to build some nuclear weapons."
Man, they would come down there with speed.
No, they won't actually, because we are bigger than Iran and North Korea and all of them put
South
together.
Africa, because right now South Africa, they feel like that is theirs.
That's a European colony.
Yeah, so I'm not talking about South Africa or even Namibia or any of those spaces, or North Africa. I'm talking about Nigeria. I'm talking about like Ghana, Nigeria, Mali.
If Nigeria goes for it, they won't be able to stop us. The reason why I say that is because even they themselves might argue that maybe it's a good thing for an African country to become nuclear power. They might even see the importance of that, so that at least when that country becomes powerful and they are allies of that country, at least they have a better chance. Because look, are they not the ones taking nuclear technology to India now? There was a time, do you know that there was a time these people wanted to go and attack India because of India was developing its nuclear technology? The Russians physically took their submarine to go and block them.
But I like what you
US wanted to do that.
I like what you first said to Niger about how China built itself up. Like, to me, it's a power thing. Like, China said, okay, we're going to make some sacrifices, and we're going to, you couldn't even have but one kid. You know what I'm saying? Like, they collected, they're an authoritarian government, but they said, this is what we're going to do to lift ourselves out of this. And they did it. And now look at where they are. And it wasn't about nuclear weapons. I think they built a couple along the way, but it wasn't.
You see, again, error. This is why do you think I talk like this? Every time you look at the ledger, let me finish. Every time you look at the ledger, you see the same pattern. The Chinese, one of the first things they did in the early 50s was develop their nuclear technology before all the changes started happening, all the massive changes you saw. Every nation is the same thing. If you don't have security, forget it.
I'm not disagreeing with you on that. I'm saying that there's a reason why. It's not that they just don't want to do it. It's a reason why Africa hasn't done it. One, there is no one thing, right? So there's 50-something countries. So, you couldn't just say Africa needs to build nuclear weapons, because there's no governing body over the whole continent. So
West Africa could decide. West Africa is quite united in terms of.
Now, is this true? The statement that Mr. Igwe is saying Nigeria doesn't even have the adequate infrastructure. Nuclear weapons come from.
True. That's true.
Everybody says that. You see, this is kind of stuff they say all the time. We just said it just now that Russia is poor, and yet they're able to pull all this off. It's just human beings that need to do it.
Hey, Russia poor is different than Africa poor, though, bro.
It is. And Russia's poor now after World War II. Russia was very financially stable at one point.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were devastated. They were devastated. They lost
There is
28,
something that we
28,
also
23
need
million
to
people.
talk about. The fight for ideologies, the capitalists, and then the communists. Where I was shocked that when I did my research that the Russians were also, because of their communist or whatever ideologies, they also blaming the U.S. Picking on the U.S., saying that they are helping their rich friends, they are cutting their taxes and bailing them out when they yes, when they gamble and they lose. They are saying things like they refuse to support the poor, the health of the poor people, and educate them. Their free media is their free media in the state is also owned by families that are rich, or few families. They say they torture foreign prisoners. They say things like they lie about why they go for war, or what they tell the citizens are often lies. And they also, they say things like they fill the prisons with a particular racial group, and all of you guys know what that means. And they say that they use the media to scare people into supporting their
That's all.
policies, and that's actually against their interests. So there is this ideological war to also there that is creating that is why we are afraid that when NATO got involved, they're gonna push down. So it's Russia. We don't want it to become Russia versus US, because already we know that they are fighting an ideological war ever since the world wars.
To be fair to Putin, Putin is not interested in ideological war. He's interested in his national security. He said it himself that Russia is participating in the world economy. They don't have any interest in doing this, but there is nothing they can do based on their security concerns. So there was a time when Soviet Union was doing that, but this Russia today, they are very capitalist themselves. Their money is in London and all the banks all over the world.
I said that earlier. This is about Ukraine becoming becoming too close to the U.S. and trying to get into NATO.
Yeah, it's about them the ability, America's ability to usurp power over Russia.
Yes.
If I was Putin, I'd do the same thing.
Russia wasted too long. Even Russia stayed there for a very long time without actually taking any serious action. They could have acted like 5 years ago, 10 years ago. And you see, the thing about the Western powers is that they have economic power, but sometimes they mistake economic power for military power.
You guys think that Ukraine is being used?
It's not being used. It's just facts on the ground. And besides, Russians are from Ukraine, so I don't know.
My question is, do you guys think that Ukraine is being used by other powers?
Yeah, that's the reason why they don't want them near their. I mean, they don't want a American ally near their border.
They're looking at Ukraine like they're just pawns on a chess game, trying to get to them. Like this interest that they're paying you. That's what we've all been saying.
Exactly. That's why they call it a proxy war, being a proxy for the U.S. or in the West.
Some people are arguing that maybe they are trying to use this as a way of getting to China, but I don't know how that maths work. But all I see is Russia feeling like Europeans are moving closer and closer to their border, and they're saying enough is enough. You need to stand back, and I believe they will stand back. All this noise that they are making is to make people think that, you know what, we are pounding our chest and Russia cannot do anything, and they better not go to any other country. In the end, it's going to die down.
NATO has always been kind of scared, not scared, but careful about Russia's position. That's why they've always been sanctioning them, so that they wouldn't have the resources, or they wouldn't even get the strength enough to fight back because you know what happened in the Soviet when it collapsed and all of that. So NATO has been careful. That is why I think they also wanted Ukraine so bad.
Personally, I would think that they've been quite reckless. It's a very reckless thing. The world didn't need to go through this. Why did they have to always look to expand? That is very reckless behavior.
I mean, that's European behavior.
It's powerful for them to control us. Same way the Ukraine and Russia, that they are very similar. The more they unite, the more it will be they become more powerful, and they can also push they can also fight for supremacy. So you see, there is this way that if I am leading, then my ideas will influence the world, and the world will become a peaceful place, and there will not be war. But when other people are leading, then it's gonna be counterproductive, for us, or it's not gonna work in our interest. There is that always come out from the state, that the ideas that are built from the state is, and I will say to some degree that I accept that, because for some time now we see that there's kind of a freedom. We see some freedom like persist in our midst for a bit, but I don't know, it's just always like two people cannot be on the same throne. The two kings cannot be on the same throne, and it's just crazy.
Too many,
I think
not
too
enough, too many chiefs,
sorry.
not enough Indians.
Let's see something that we have to tie to the context of history that I've been highlighting before, that these people, they don't understand the idea of compromise, because if they see a superpower like Russia with over 3,000 nuclear warheads and they are still encroaching, they don't even understand the idea of mutual respect. If they just respected Russia, all this wouldn't be happening. No, they just keep coming closer and closer to Russia's border. They just don't understand the idea of compromise. They don't understand that, and this is something that we should be learning lesson from. Because when I keep saying that, this is their nature.
They already know what will happen. They were trying to.
I'm not even sure they can help themselves. This is that's why I keep saying from history, this is their natural behavior. They keep expanding, even when the people they are going after has enough power to destroy the whole world. They still don't want to stop.
That's true.
Why do they need Ukraine? They don't need Ukraine. But no, they just take one more. And after they get UK, maybe let them get into Russia.
I understand that. It's like this too, Nigel. Let's do the reason that they do that is because in this thing, when you win, the game isn't over. It's like you gotta keep.
You see?
How
that's
you
a problem.
That's how you gonna stay there. So they got
but how you get it is how you gonna lose it.
You know what? That's what I call a sore winner, because you don't know when to stop. You can't take yes for an answer. You've won, and you are running the world, and you still want to carry on. It's a sickness, and you know what?
Look at this too, Nigel. I think that's what we did. We won and we stopped, and let everybody else catch up. Now look it up.
Maybe that's so. See, the point is that if we carry on like that,
and we were like, let's teach you how to win.
It's not that. It's that we were too lax in security. America has no. If America stopped doing what they're doing right now, they would be fine. The thing is, they have what Two Nights is saying is factual. They have a thirst to keep expanding, because I don't know what it is within their mind that makes
even
them
when
feel
it's
that they have
so
to do that.
reckless, you are endangering the whole world in the process. They don't even care. They just
The
keep
military, the military is way
They
more.
look at China. They're looking at other people. They're seeing these people that were, that were on the ground now standing on mountains just as high as they are, and they don't like it.
Aha, you see,
Of course, but that's the way, and people's gonna be collateral for that.
I think this. I had this conversation with somebody recently. Let me just finish this quick point. I had this conversation with someone recently, and we're talking about the powers in the world, and I pinpointed it because I thought about it. I said, based on rewards from using nuclear weapons, from winning Second World War, and all the rest, the most dangerous group in this world is the Anglo-Saxon group, because they have been rewarded by winning wars and using nuclear weapons, decimating continents. So you can see why, if you look at the groups that are pushing these things, it's like America, the UK, they are at the forefront of all these expansions. They don't know when to stop.
Facts.
And I love what Ms. Danta said. She said the U.S. is the puppeteer globally. When Haiti stands herself financially and militarily, that's true. The U.S. will use the DR to try to stop it, and that's always the case, just like they are using Ukraine to piss Putin off.
Putin will try to.
That's the same thing with and they don't even go to other. They just do a tribal in in Africa, Yoruba against the Fulani. It goes back to that. It goes back to this.
Why is Rwanda and why are Uganda important to the U.S. military? Precisely because we can have them do things in Africa that we don't wish to do for ourselves.
Using
Okay,
people.
so that's it. This was an amazing discussion. Again, I need to get myself together.
What's the benefit of being a superpower? Because it's like we Africans, we can't understand the benefit of being a superpower. But these people are fighting to be a superpower. It is just for control. I don't know.
It's ego, man. It's really
Is to determine the survival
control
of
your destiny.
your people. You can't, if you forfeit the survival of your children, then you are done for now. That is the way the world works. You can't surrender. You can't say, what, let the armed robber take the gun and take care of my security. That's not how it works. Sooner or later, you're not going to have anything, and then that will be the end of you. As a matter of fact, you wouldn't exist in the future 100 years from now. Look at
there's
the
a difference between
But you
that
know
and
what?
imperialism.
You know what, guys? To really end this and to really put it into perspective, I know this man is, I don't know what he's on, but I agree with a lot of what he just said. After this, we're gonna close out. I got to. Let's play him. I know Zena was like, what he talking about?
This is a war. Whether Russia and the U.S. go to war, or whether, as Vanden Heuvel says, the U.S. will take on China, this is a war between slave masters, okay? This is nothing but modern day slavery. And when the slave masters fight, you don't side with one or another master. You don't side with my master. You take advantage of the fact that they're fighting to overthrow the whole institution of slavery, to get free. And this is how we have to look at it when these imperialists fight. We're not rooting for our imperialists. We are welcoming the defeat of these modern day slave masters in whatever they undertake, okay? Because that is one step, or could be, if we do our work right, one step closer to being able to make a revolution to overthrow them altogether.
This man,
Wow.
when I first heard this,
highlighted.
when I first heard this, take away the slave master part out.
Yeah.
And just
Same
hear
thing. Yeah.
Just hear the message.
Mm.
When I first heard this, I was like,
in
when I first heard this, I really understood the mechanics of what we don't get. we do take sides now. We'd be like, oh, we go and we start taking sides and not understanding we're not on any of those sides. And
Exactly.
So
If anything, it's a
I
good
think
thing
the
for us,
message is
actually.
strong. I think remove the slave master, because like Zena said, we have no masters. We were prisoners of war.
Yeah.
We were enslaved
Malcolm X
humans.
said that same thing.
He did?
Yeah.
Actually, I read that in Pedro Freire's Pedagogy of the Oppressed. It's one of the books in the 19th whatever pedagogy. You can check that out. It's also highlighted in that. So,
Wow.
yeah.
Okay.
You guys have read a lot of books, I've not read any books.
That's why you think security so easy.
I don't know. I don't read any historical books. I don't know anything about Marcus Garvey. I do watch documentaries, but man, you guys do read quite a bit.
So this is awesome. This was a great discussion. Okay, we're gonna get back to closeout. Soul Rasta, tell me what you think. Give me your closeout, sis. What is your takeaway? Give me one thing and let's get out of here.
Well, I'm gonna post, and I already posted this YouTube video about Black Russians. If anyone would like to take a look at it,
you can put it in a private chat, and I'll put it in the
Okay, I think I already put it in the private chat, and I did post in the comments if I
don't think it'll stay. Yeah, it goes away if I don't put it or somebody like a moderator.
I put it in the private chat. Do you see it?
I do. I'm going to put it in the comment section. So anybody that's interested in the Russians and the fact that why Ukraine looks down on Russia, I look forward to looking at that tonight myself.
Yeah, I watched that recently. And
Ukraine looks down on Russia.
Well, look at the clip. We could talk about it next week or this week.
Okay.
Because I'm
Yeah, it's more
interested.
of
I
a
don't know
Western
anything
Europe. It's
about
more of a
that.
Western Eastern European
I'm
thing.
interested in that as well.
Well, in Ukraine, what we're talking about is that there is a portion of them that there's a separation. There's some that are Russian ethnic group and some are Ukrainian ethnic group in Russia. And in the Ukrainian ethnic group, they have organizations that date back to the Nazis, and they consider the Russians as not being white. And right now there's a resurgence of this group, the Azov Battalion or something like that, and they openly fly Nazi flags, and they have been fighting for like 5 years or more to grow and to attack Russia, and they've been
Because they don't feel like they're not purebred.
exactly. And this video on this YouTube that Gina just posted for me has to do with the Black Russian nobility, and it's really has a lot of facts and like old paintings and stuff like that. And it's interesting to see if you guys want to take a look.
Definitely, we could come back and talk about it. Sure. Okay.
Yeah, about what that last video showed, during the period when the Americans had the Cold War with the Soviet Union, that was when China, India, and all the other countries broke away. That's what he's talking about. And I think that window has come again now because of the flux. You can see that there's a competition now with all of them, and we should take the opportunity to break out. We have 1 billion people. What are we waiting for? We should just start using our people and doing our own business. By the time they finish arguing among themselves, we are out of their clutches.
This is when, this is the iron is hot. This would be a good opportunity to start having certain discussions or making certain moves, because you see, and then don't think that they're not watching you just because they're doing this, but they still watch you. But this is an opportunity to focus. Like I said, even if it's just, man, I don't know about y'all, but I buy Black. I really do. And I've been making more of an effort to do that because I realize that we tend to do whatever's comfortable. Like, it's easier to go to this Chinese store and get some food. We talked last week, and I think I brought it up. And Amina said, I cook my own Chinese food. Man, I think we need to start making a lot of effort in trying to figure out ways to enrich ourselves. So Rasta, I know that you probably wasn't finished, but I want to thank you. That clip, I'm going to enjoy it tonight. Did you have anything else you wanted to share before we go to the next person?
When you watch this clip, everybody, I want you to consider what must have taken place in Europe from the time of the creation of all these paintings with Black people in it that you're going to see, and to the time of the modern times when people act like they never saw a Black person before in Europe. So and I just want to say that, with all that, it's all karma, from those days till now. It's like the cycles that we face. And as a person of faith myself, as I'll say a Rastafarian, Yaifa.
So you think we had this coming to us?
I would say like the world, goes through cycles, and that, like what you were saying, Gina, about the spiritual aspect, and for us to like embody the type of being spirit that we embody, that we by our actions, and that's what makes our life. So we can, by our consciousness, embody a higher vibes. Like that's why the images of people like our ancient kings and queens and people who are dignified and clean, and just to have these images when we're growing up, people with power and people who are good that we can look up to, instead of always like the princesses and all that stuff is always white. And when we're grown up, we can act like that doesn't mean anything, but it really means something because that doll test is showing us it's still there. I just saw a video recently of the little black girl saying she wanted to be white because all the Disney princesses are white and she wanted to be white. And she didn't want to be that frog princess because her dad said, what about that one girl, the one Tiana or whatever? And she's like, well, she's a frog the whole time. I don't want to be a frog. Nobody wants to be a frog. No little girl wants to be a frog. And that's why they made it that way, you guys. It's really, they're intelligent. They have scientists that have studied the psychological makeup of people. And that's what the Nazis were doing as well. They were doing scientific experiments on the Jewish people. And they were doing mental and physical experimenting on them to do, how they can control people. And that's what we have inherited, this propaganda that's put against us, against our minds, against our souls, to paint us as the devils instead of the gods, that all the angels are white and the devils are black. It really makes a difference in our subconscious, in our emotional body. So with that, I just want to say more love and respect and uprightness and upfulness.
Don't forget, sis. Let's do that meditation as soon as you get up. Send that love.
In the Bible, it says pray without ceasing.
Yeah.
So that's my
throughout the day. Okay.
And as a
That's even good.
Rastafarian and a Yaifal, believe me, a lot of prayers. I'm not into forgetting. I remember the Most High. I remember the Most High so much, and I would love to do that noon thing if we're all.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we should
as a group, if we're all doing
wherever
that,
we are. I don't know what that is for everybody, but noon Eastern Standard Time for me. I don't know what that would be.
Oh yeah, that's true. That whole time. So anyway, we're here together now, and it's a good exchange, and I appreciate everybody. So until next time, aloha and respect.
Love you, sis. Thank you. And I also have my sister ZZ. Shout out to Z. She came through tonight. Man, I love you so much, Z. And a lot of light, a lot of love, and a lot of honesty, a lot of truth. We needed that. Thank you. So tell me what you think. What stands out for you, or what do you want to address before you get off this call?
Yeah, I love you too. I just want to see us stop focusing on everybody else but us. Like, I think we spend so much time doing that. And I think, to Tunaija's point, that's why we're so far behind. Like, we're still looking back 400 years ago, still talking about that. Not that we should let anybody off the hook or anything like that. But at some point, you have to pick yourself up and start to rebuild the way China did, And I just would love to see us do that. I think this conversation was a really good use of time. And I love the fact that we've got a what I call in my professional call to action. We've decided that there's something that we're all going to do together as a result of this live. And I love that.
I think that's the beginning. And I think that's what's going to strengthen us. And thank you so much, sis. I appreciate you. Enjoy yourself.
Sister Z, please don't go yet. I would like to ask you a question
sure.
later. Yeah,
it's your closeout, so you can do that, Yambe.
Right. Okay. But before, I want to pick up on some of Tunaija's points. And the last time I left, it was talking about me, so I want to address that as well. Please, just bear with me, sister.
We're going to have our own fight right here.
Right now.
Right now. I love Yambe. Go ahead, Yambe. Tell us what we did wrong.
Okay, Tunaija, first of all, about us building our own nuclear weapon. It won't happen. We Angola, we tried in the 80s. South Africa, when we found out they were developing the nuclear weapon, we asked the Soviet to help us out. And you know what they said? They said, listen, first of all, you don't have the infrastructure. You need at least 10 gigabytes of of energy constant for at least 5 years. So you need to build dams. And we in Angola is the second African country with water resources after Gabon. So we requested the Brazilians and the Vietnam to come build the dams. You know how long how many years it took them to build those dams? Over 20 years.
Wow.
So the time was lapsed. Second of all, you need aluminum tubes, special aluminum tubes. And there's a few plants in the world have the capacity to build these aluminum tubes for the centrifuges to enrich uranium. And then you need software engineers. Either you have to your own language, or you have to outsource. And there's no country in the world.
That's never good, outsourcing that.
And then there's no country who ever will do it, will give it to you. And then you need the electronic component like computer chips. You need to outsource as well. No one will sell you that. No one, unless you build your own capacity. And the last one is steel, because you need to build those they're like oval to compress the material. And just the plant to compress the material, you need a lot of steel, a lot of energy. We don't have this capacity in Africa. And above all, we don't have within Africa an overreaching security system. We have some sort of arrangement in the 80s, with Zimbabwe, Botswana, Namibia, Lesotho, Mozambique, but that never came into effect. And when the Berlin fall, that all fell apart. So we need at least 2 or 3 African countries to come up with a security pact. At least 2 or 3, but the most significant one, it will be at least us and you guys, because in terms of energy resources, just us and you who have really the energy and the resources to be a significant force. And then we can add the Kenya and the South African stuff. But just to put this in place, my brother, it will take you years. And you know how they're not united. But now, talk about leadership. Yeah, talk about leadership. I told you, listen, men have been running Africa states for over 60 years. And the result is disastrous. Let's be honest, it's disastrous. And if you look at Africa, we are different. Our continent is different. Just look at the shape of it. It looks like a beautiful African woman. I believe we're made to be run by women. Look at throughout our history. The greatest leader.
I love when Yambe says that.
Yeah, the greatest leader, African leader, we're all women. We may have 1 or 2, but
Yambe, you think Africa being run by a woman is what is lacking?
Definitely.
I'm sorry to say, I'm really, really sorry to say that I can unpack everything you said, and personally, most of it doesn't hold what I take into account the 5 gigawatt this power supply you are referring to. However, I'm not sure they had that even in the Americas in 1945 when they built their first nuclear weapons. And nuclear weapons don't need microchips. It's just basic mechanical engineering and nuclear physics, really, if you want to build it. And I think somewhere along the line, we are bought into the mindset that, you know what, if you want to build it, you have to do it the modern way. Given where Africa is, you don't have to do it the modern way, where you use all the sophisticated technology that they use today.
Building one thing, to deliver, you need computer chips. You need it.
No, you don't. See, hold on. Let me finish my point. Did they have computer chips with the first one that they dropped in Hiroshima and Nagasaki?
Yes.
If they have a computer chip, don't you know that a computer chip that is in Arduino today is 10 times of, in short, more than 100 times more powerful than the computer chip that they used before? We are talking about extremely cheap computer chips today. So we are totally in it. That's why I said Africa has more technology in their hands today than Europeans had in the 1945s.
I think what Greg Harris is saying is the truth about it. All of Africa's technology is across the oceans because all its geniuses are across the oceans.
I agree.
And I think that's, I mean, if we're talking about protecting ourselves, I mean, it's really simple. It's finding, creating a way to disable these things. We have geniuses. We just need them on ground. I mean, we're talking about building the same type of situation that they've got going on. I think it's possible in the future to actually be able to create something to disable other people's weapons remotely. And when we're talking about this, to be honest with you, I think we just really need to expand our mind and know that we are capable of more.
The truth is, this explanation doesn't add up from the point of view of being able to do it today. And if he listens to what I said, he will agree that even the Europeans didn't have as much technology that Africa has access to today. And but why do you care about improving upon it? The bomb is going to explode. It's going to explode.
Well, the thing about it is this: what I'm saying now to Niger is what needs to be improved upon is not maybe creating a bomb, but creating something that could disable all bombs.
Good luck with trying to do that one now. While you are doing that, the whole world we are going to go extinct. Eh? No, it's not impossible.
I mean, you can sit there and try to create one. I don't think they're going to let us do it.
See,
that's a bigger argument. You're not gonna be able to do it. They're going to
take out a billion people. Because they've been able to.
I don't know what people are going to do if they decide that, they're not going to let
They are not going to be able to do that. It's because we don't have the will. You see?
It's outside the box. That's all I'm saying.
But you are saying that they won't let us. What makes you think they will let you create something that will disable their weapons?
They won't even let you guys vote.
They won't let you create something. See, you don't. The point is that you don't take their permission.
Logically thinking, do Africans even get to vote without their intervention?
Exactly. We don't need their permission. That how we want to break that cycle.
You didn't even respond properly. You said you don't need their intervention. What I'm saying is that they intervene. They do not get to.
But that is the problem.
Of who they decide who the next leader is going to be. So right now we can't be thinking nuclear bomb. That's not logical. We need to be thinking ways to disarm our children's minds in a way where they won't allow certain things to happen on ground.
Agree.
I mean,
wow, that's extremely dangerous.
We're not even at one yet.
That you see, you are far more dangerous than me to us.
I agree with Yambe when he said women needs to be balanced in Africa, because there's this thing about jumping to 12 that men like to do, but women, we understand that you need to follow directions.
Just look at our history.
What Power Yombe is saying is that, you see, this is what bothers me, why people don't use evidence. The truth is, on the continent, all the nations that were built on the continent, not one was founded by a woman. Let's not keep doing this, acting as if history didn't happen. We have to face history for what it truly is, not what we wish it is.
Wait, to Niger. During the resistance against imperialism, women were at the forefront. If you look at across Africa, you will see women were the leading in Ghana, in Congo, in Angola, in Botswana.
How many of them were first presidents of any nation? How many of them founded any nation in the so-called continent that is ruled by women? From your mind, how many of them did?
Who founded our nation? It was the European. It wasn't us.
Founded where?
Our nations. Our nations.
The Songhai Empire, the Mali Empire, the Benin Empire, the Oyo Empire. Are you telling me, or the Kush Kingdom? Is it women that founded them? The Egyptian Kingdom.
The big issue is the woman part. We could talk about that.
It's not the women part. I just feel like it's wrong-headed.
We're going to talk about that another time.
It's a wrong-headed argument.
That's a big conversation. See, I was waiting for you. I already knew it was the woman part.
No.
I knew it. gonna kill that chicken another day.
Yeah, and honestly, all you have to do is look at the continent and try to figure out. I mean, it's obvious why the continent is in the shape it's in.
I agree, my sister. Who runs that continent? A woman. Let's be honest. Who runs
This
that
guy,
continent?
you know, you
A
are really
woman.
getting too much, you know. You're supposed to be protecting your women, not see, he's supposed to be protecting his women, not just sending them to the front lines. What is wrong with you?
Y'all do this every week.
Every time
Y'all
he
do
just
this
looks
every week.
But Gina, you really have to really think about how deep that whole men what do they say in Nigeria? Boys are more than girls or something like that. Like it's so deep in the culture. Like you're not gonna get.
I know, but I knew it was that. That's why I said.
No, but that is not what it is, though.
It's gonna come out.
Okay, can
I don't think
anybody
he's saying that. I don't think
that's not what I'm saying. You
Nah,
see,
he got a thing with women. Come on.
no. You see, because you see that I'm a Nigerian, you just think because I sound like that. That is not true. That is not true. That is not true at all.
Remember, I made a comment earlier. Remember, because before tonight even got on, I said how like when you're on the continent and you're a woman, they expect you, and they literally will say that just sit there and be pretty. And that's pretty much what tonight.
Why you're not so pretty? You're talking about things you shouldn't be talking
No,
about.
I don't think Tunaja don't. I don't think he's saying that.
They call me a simp. They literally call me a simp in other channels. What are you talking about?
Yeah, Tunaja, I think he's saying that it could be both.
They call me a simp in other channels. Now I'm the chauvinist here. That's not what I'm
saying. On this channel.
Yeah, because I'm just saying that women, you're supposed to be protecting your women, not expecting them to run the whole thing. That's not how society works. Men
African
are supposed
woman.
to be appendages of women. Let me finish. See, we go out there, you don't see societies where the men go and hunt, and you say, oh, you know what, expose the women to that environment. Children are with women. Anything can happen, and you destroy the next generation.
You know what, Tunaja, are you ready to have this talk? Because we're going to do it.
We can have a talk. It's very, very important talk. I think our men need to get their heads straight.
I
Because
agree.
all societies do this. You know,
Men gotta stop being cowards.
Okay, let's do it for another day. I don't want to open that this thing.
Thank you, Tunaja. Thank you.
But the women hold a great role too. It ain't
Of course,
either or. It's both.
Yeah, of course.
I look throughout Africa and the continent. I look throughout the diaspora, and I see our woman leading. Honestly, sorry to say that, no, my brothers, but this is true. This is fact.
You don't value your women enough. I will tell you that if you think you value your women by saying that you are not valuing them,
leading alone.
that is not their role.
That is not their role.
That is not their role.
We're not
value them enough.
leading alone either.
Gina, it's little cold words like that that lets you know what he really thinks.
You don't know what I'm coming from.
No, he's not saying that.
That is not what I'm saying.
Your role is in that kitchen barefoot and pregnant.
Nah, he's not saying that.
I'm not saying that. I am saying that we should hold our. This is why we don't hold our men accountable, because we keep thinking that women are supposed to be doing this thing. In America now, women do all the job. Where is the men? They are not doing their job.
You know what? I do. I give it. I know what he's really trying to say. But there is still some just sort of really deep kind of show.
It's ridiculous, man. Our men are the least performing among all men in the world. Why do you think that is? Because of this our mindset, where we think that the women should be doing the job.
No, that's not the problem, Tunaja. We're gonna talk about it though.
We keep thinking women are not supposed to do those jobs. It's not because I'm chauvinist, it's because the men are not doing their job.
We are being cowards.
We can't do it all tonight, but we're gonna talk about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Tunaja. I run 2 organizations. Yeah. And I'll tell you, when I started, I had a big problem with leadership. I changed the leadership. Now I'm the woman leading it. I have no problem whatsoever. And you ask any good performing company in Africa, especially foreign company, you just look at the leadership. You'll see woman. Over 6-8% women. Just look at Rwanda. Why did God? Why they perform well? Yeah, exactly. You
You
cannot
see, this
listen.
is the metrosexual man thinking thing. This is the kind of metrosexual man kind of mindset that is killing us.
Hey,
You
he
keep
said that
trying
last
to
week.
hack on. You forgot that the people that kicked our ass didn't bring women along.
Hey, that's
They
fact.
came and did their job. How many women you see in the battlefield front right now with
women
Russia?
were some of the people that did the spiritual.
Do you know how many women live in Ukraine right now?
No, you know what?
Tunaja.
Let's do this.
Yeah.
Tunisia,
Yeah.
I know this is a serious one for you. You got to give me
No,
time.
because I feel like our men, they just keep saying women need to. That's how they
I got
pass
a
the
joke
buck
to tell
over
you
to
guys
women.
about Tunisia. I might have to mute him to say this because you know he's going. Okay, so Tunisia was on here a couple of weeks ago, maybe last conversation. I don't know. And we were talking, and I said, Tunisia, I'm really getting. I have to set this straight. They always say something about African American men, and I said I think African American men make the best husbands. They help their wives with cooking, with cleaning. They change diapers. They 50% work, 50. They're working just like we're working, but they also help us around. And so I just said that's the problem. That's what.
Maybe they should get out of the kitchen, because if you are busy changing that piece and doing all those things, and your society is not, your community is not protected, what good is that?
Hey, he got a point.
We've got our head upside down here. And you see this is why the women are doing all the job, and the men are keep bad mouthing them for doing the job when they themselves are not doing the job.
But
and you go and start doing napkin because that's what you think that's your role is right now.
That's ridiculous. I'm done.
They need to change that. I think we need to
and
change our mindset.
Jude had to come in here for 2 seconds just to put you in your place. Jude, deal with him so I can get
I can cook too, but that doesn't mean that should be my primary role where you can say it's a proud thing to do.
Okay,
should be out there.
What she's saying is about balance, though, and on the continent there is no balance. That's just the fact.
Yeah. Oh no, the continent too. I hold all of them accountable. They are just as bad. Like I said, our men are the least performing in the world. Even 5-foot Asian men can defend their communities better.
That's a damn shame.
Let's not mince words here. This is just the facts of what is happening. And I personally, as a black man, I feel ashamed.
But why you had to call that man a metrosexual?
I'm just saying that when they say men and women are supposed to do this in boards and all the rest of it, like, come on, get over that. Nobody's against human being on boards. Focus on doing your job as a man. Because there are other more fundamental things you need to do.
T. Shields says a woman's place is at home with the kids, not in the man's leadership role. Okay, this is going to be a big talk. We're going to talk about this. Okay, can we talk about it another day, though?
Haven't we already talked about this? About how the women's ran the markets?
I don't even understand.
If the Saudi men says the women should wear burqa, they wear burqa. Afghani men says the women don't go to school, they don't go to school. White men say women go to work. Men set the pace in societies.
Men set the pace, and
look at the mess and look at Africa. You guys aren't changing diapers, and look at it. What are you talking about? This system you guys got.
We like it or not, it's what happens.
It's not working. It's not working. We have to have a balance. Women have to be respected. They have intelligence.
Men set the pace. So you mean to tell me that everything that is happening right now, men is setting the pace? You're right, but look at the pace of death.
I'm not saying that. What I mean by that is the women support the men. Obviously, there's always a woman behind there, isn't it? But in terms of this in taking action, is the men that actually implement most of all these things. And we in our community, I feel like our men have taken a backseat role, and I don't even know how they get away with it. Women let them get away with it.
You have somebody that agree with you. That balance stuff is from the.
How can you be in the backseat and leading at the same time, Tunisia? You're saying you guys aren't. That we're in charge all of a sudden, but you guys are in charge. What are you talking about?
I'm saying that we have different rules. We have different rules. I'm not blaming the women.
We're on the brink of a nuclear war because 2 men decided that they were just going to blow up everybody.
What can we say now? What can we say? It's women that gave birth to men and send them to go hunting. Now that's where all this nonsense started. You guys started it all. You hear this? You started it all. Eh? You said us to go hunting
Exactly.
because you
Honor
like
your
meat. Eh?
mother.
If you
You have
like
to
meat,
honor
you go
your
hunt.
mother.
See, of course, the mothers like meat, and you tell them to go hunting, and the other one goes hunting. They start fighting each other before you
It's
know
a woman's
competition
fault.
happens.
Okay.
No, I'm
All
not
right,
saying it's the
Adam.
woman's fault. It's just that I'm saying it's the men's fault. I'm not saying it's the women's fault. I said the men need to do their part, not to be saying women are supposed to be responsible for stuff. I believe men are supposed to be appendages of women. We are supposed to go out in the world and create the environment for the women to be able to do whatever they need to do. That is our role.
See that as chauvinist.
Sounds good.
I don't see that as chauvinist. I see that as actually.
I like that part.
Yeah, that's my
the fundamental. Is the fundamental. See, women are more valuable than men biologically. Men may be more potent. Women are more, because women can only exist, have as many children as this thing as a woman can have. But while men can have many, so men are expendable. Hold on, my point is that men are expendable. Hence, they can take more risks. This is why they go out there, take more. Even if they die, society continues. But you can't do that with women. So why would you expose women to danger?
But here's the
It's
thing,
crazy.
if we lived in a different world where it wasn't so, I'll kill you and then I'll kill you back and then I'm stronger than you and then my chest is bigger than your chest, which women don't do. If we didn't live in a world like that, if we didn't live in a world like that, that conversation you're having right now would not even be necessary. If there was more balance in the world versus all of this, my thing's bigger than your thing, I'll show you, because that's what you're describing. We don't have to live in a world like that.
It's not necessary.
It's not necessary. I think we have to evolve past it. That's true. But while we are here, this is the nature of things. And everybody that has had children, they will know now. Once you have children, they will start a fight for the stupidest reason that doesn't make sense. But yet, it's a valid fight for them. And human beings are the same. When we need something, and even if the other side is reasonable, I say, let's share this. One side will be a total douchebag, and they will not want to share. And then you have war on your hand.
Yeah, that's the
that is the nature of the war.
I think Tunaja is determined to have this discussion right now for like 4 more hours.
No, I'm not going to have it because they keep asking questions.
All right, let's save it for next time.
Yeah, because you would never get a Nigerian man off that. Like that, it is so.
No, come on, hey Jesus Christ! Please don't tag me with the Nigerian men's tag because I'm condemning all our men because of this.
You know we love our Nigerians.
And because it's not a condemnation. It truly just is what it is.
See, our men, I condemn all our men.
No,
I'm ashamed of myself.
Our Nigerians, we got all of us got primarily Nigerian DNA. Y'all really need to come get y'all children. Look, he laughing. look, now it becomes a joke. This is what the men need to do in Nigeria. They need to go, because most of the people that are the aspirants, the children of the enslaved humans, they have 30 to 40% DNA from Nigeria. So y'all need to come get y'all children.
And what happened with that when y'all was so powerful and warrior and all that?
He get real quiet. I know how to make him quiet.
How come you wasn't out there fighting and being a warrior back then?
I wish I was.
A quick question, Tunaja.
Yeah.
For you, in the last 20 years, who was the biggest leader other than Winnie Mandela in Africa?
In Africa, the biggest leader or the best?
Apart from who you compare with Winnie Mandela in terms of achievement in the last 20 years in Africa?
20.
Yeah, in the last 20 years.
God, the bar is so low, it's ridiculous.
Okay. I rest my case.
There are so many leaders.
See, I'm not. Winnie Mandela barely achieved much. What are you talking about?
Name
for her, the bar is low, all of
name
them.
one person. You didn't name anybody. You couldn't even name.
Come on,
I would say Kagame. I would say Kagame, and I would say, you know what? I would say one person, the Eritrean president. That's my man. He's the only black country that has got a reasonable security posture, and they have one of the highest literacy rates in Africa. I'll give it to him because he actually accomplished something strong, and their country is independent. Nobody's messing with them.
Yeah, but this is it's not a par with winning. No way. No way.
Within Mandela, you look at the country,
Yeah.
they have lured the black people in that country to a false sense of security where they
Lis-
think that everything is hunky-dory. They don't even think themselves, so many of them don't think of
You
themselves
guys
as
are,
Africans
you
anymore.
guys are
Don't tell me
determined
Winnie
to,
Mandela
you know
accomplished
what?
too much.
I just want y'all to understand something. I love y'all, but y'all be trying to get 50 conversations from me. this is that negotiation thing y'all do when y'all go shopping.
Exactly.
No,
They
man.
share their own
Son,
debate. They
it's the
share their own debate.
close out.
Right.
So
Okay.
they
I'm
share
good.
their own debate.
He started it. He started it.
Start
He
debating.
came here and started disagree with
And you
me.
know what? I see people in the comment section saying, "Come get your bad kids.
Babies, kids, come get your babies, kids.
Come get your bad kids from America, from all these places." Because Nigeria, you know, you talk about some, yeah, we men, yeah, 30 to 40% of the DNA of all, most
They got to
of
see the paternity test in person.
yeah. Oh, they got to see the.
I just read it.
You're welcome to Nigeria now. Most people don't come to Nigeria. But Nigeria is it's open gates. You're welcome.
Nigeria stays pretty quiet. If you guys notice, when the diasporans talk about going, they say like, they're like them fathers stuck in the door. They know they've been there last. They like,
yeah, Nigeria is very open
Ghana,
country.
they're going to Ghana. Don't worry, we coming
Okay.
for
Let
you.
me
Let
me close out, please.
Yes. Go ahead,
Let
Powell.
me
Thank
close
you
out,
so
please.
much, everybody. This has been so much fun. Go ahead, Powell. Tell me what you think. What did you
Right.
like, love, hate?
Right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. As I said, as regarding the topic, yeah. This is now we don't have a dog in this fight, and I think this is an opportunity for us to reset our relations with the West and East. But unfortunately, we know the leadership we have at the moment. So all I can say, as I wanted to ask Sister Z, I know she has some link with IDDI, Arukana, so maybe you could make some representation and start a fund, a crowd fund. Let's do something to help our brother Stark. I just got one post on Twitter now. One African American brother is just is helping four Nigerian brother. They reached Poland, so which is a good news. So if we could do something, even if each one of us donate $10 or $50, whatever, at least let's start doing something. So I beg you, Sister Z, I don't know if you could get in touch with Dr. Rikana or someone, start a page, a crowdfund page or something, or just put something together and just help. Yeah, that's my close
Yeah,
out.
you know
Please.
what? I will check in and see what they're planning to do. I will see if they have a plan, and I will share that with Gina. And then
We could definitely have a discussion about it. Sure.
Okay, thank you. Tunaja, our discussion will continue next time. Yeah, my brother.
Look into it as well.
Yeah. We'll continue.
Okay, my
I'm
brother.
happy with it. We talked. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Metrosexual.
Anytime, my brother.
You like, yeah, just stop talking that woman stuff. So messy. Yeah, whatever. We gotta watch you.
He actually said women because Africa looks like a woman or something. It was meant to be run. Come on.
He didn't mean that. When he was like, yeah, we talk. Messy. Oh my God. And now you see why the diaspora act the way they do, because the Nigerian DNA is all in there. I tell you, but it's good. Power Yambe's is on something though. He's been on this position since I've met him. This is what he wants, and he's got a voice too, Nigel. Let him do what he do. Someone somewhere, my brother. Tell me what you think. This has been a great conversation. I think, man, there's so much to take away from it. And it's sad because, we always stray away from what we started talking about. Again, send light love to our brothers and sisters in Ukraine, but not just in Ukraine, all over the world. I think that energy needs to start coming from us. Go ahead.
Was I the only person that was supporting Russia? I guess.
No, you're not. I support Russia too. No,
Oh, okay.
I don't
I'm
have a
not
dog
pro
in the fight,
either.
but I think they have
But
they
y'all
do
gonna
have
let someone
a
somewhere close out,
case.
right? Look at them. They
You didn't
threaten.
start that another one.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, someone somewhere.
Man, this boy too nice, man. But yeah, I appreciate everybody's perspective. I appreciate you for holding the forum. My view on this, like I said before, if you going into another country, then you're under their jurisdiction. I mean, regardless of what happens, like and if you from an African nation, you gotta know that it's a high likelihood that ain't nobody finna come get you. So, I mean, when you subject yourself to that type of uncertainty, that's what you got to deal with and pick up the pieces from there. But I mean,
That's
I'm
right.
for you feel me, African imperialism, to where if we can't be the pawns on the board, we got to be the kings and queens on the board, to where we control our own destiny. Like Sister Zena said, stop being in the misery and trauma bonding type stuff. Stop looking for handouts. Ain't nobody finna give you nothing in this world. You got to take whatever you feel me want. And yeah, that's pretty much it. And Sister Zena, the last time we spoke, you told me to put my email, and I had put the wrong email. I put the
The right
one
one.
that's correctly spelled in there.
Yeah, because I did try to email you.
Yeah,
Does Gina have your email? Gina, you have his email?
No, I don't.
I put it in a private chat.
It's on there. Okay.
Yeah, I think I have Sister Zina email as well. So me and her spoke. I think I haven't followed up yet because I was, but let me cut it short. What's up, man?
Go ahead, Jude. Do your thing. Do your thing. Tell me what you think about what we talked about. I know you're coming in late. I hope you have a good excuse. But other than that, this has been a great discussion, Jude. If you didn't see the whole thing, go back and watch it. It was good.
Oh yeah, Gina, thank you so much. I really want to talk. I'm sorry I came in late. I really didn't know like what topic, you guys were talking on, but I want to thank everybody on the channel. I saw two Niger and the West, so I said let me jump in and say hi to two Niger.
Yeah, hi. Jude, you have really calmed down,
No, I have to calm down, man. I haven't, been spoken like I used to, just because I think I've grown a little bit and understood what life is and what politics is and a little bit. So, I mean, but what is happening around the world is chaos, like Russia and Ukraine. I think one day Africa should be like Russia. At least we should have an upper hand to start invade all those who have attacked us in the past. I think one day Africa, because right now nobody is saying nothing to Russia. Even USA cannot even send troops to back Ukraine. So it's just, I wish one day us Africa can do something and stand strong and protect, protect your land. Because, no matter what Ukraine is, Russia felt threatened. And that's just what it is. It can be threatened and don't get attacked. So, and when it comes to, I don't know if this was the post that you were talking about, should a woman serve food to the husband and then or to the kid? I guess was this a topic or no?
No, it's not. This is really about the thousands of Africans that are in the Ukraine that are being denied access in Poland.
Yeah, based on, they shouldn't even be like, this is the thing, right? We Africans, I really don't know what we're looking around the world. We travel too much. I mean, yeah, man, I even regret coming to you. Not regret, but this is the thing. Like, we shouldn't be traveling. Like, there are countries that are not even countries that we should be comparing with Africa as well. Like countries like, see, Nigeria. I know Africa is messed up, but like Ukraine, man, like just because it's Europe doesn't mean it's good for us. Like, I mean, come on, man. Like, it's just sad that we Africans tend to go everywhere and think it's fruitful, but it's not. I mean, I wish one day us Africa we realize that we don't have to travel. We can make it where we at and be who we are. We just, every time we go to these places, we just the underdogs. Why people take in their own people, our people are stuck. Government doesn't say nothing in Africa. Like, they don't care these people exist. The little money that we're gonna send over there is not gonna do help, because people might take and put it somewhere. So it's frustrating because there's a Cameroonian person that I know, but I shouldn't be talking of just Cameroonian. There are a lot of Africans over there that are facing the same problem. So yeah, it's a serious, I was watching the news today. They say Russia might use, they have called for a peace treaty in Belarus. So the president of Ukraine and Vladimir Putin, they're gonna be meeting in Belarus to see what they can do and for to solve the problem. But the way it is just Russia want to colonize Ukraine because Ukraine is a pathway for Russian to exploit oil in Europe. So Ukraine has been blocking that path. So Russia is facing a lot of problems, and because Ukraine want to get into NATO, and Russia doesn't want it, so they feel they've been, and you can't beat that. But the situation is Africans. I don't know, man. We have to go back and build Africa. We can't be a nuisance everywhere we go, and that's just what it is. Yeah, it's frustrating, and our own people suffering. In China, coronavirus, they use African. In Ukraine, is African. I mean, it's Gina. Thank you so much. I want to thank everybody on the panel and putting a head on this channel, and we want this channel to grow, Gina. And thanks, Z. Thanks for your email. I haven't replied you, but yeah.
But I think
I wish I'm gonna get into the.
We got the right people coming through, so that's more important.
Right, Z, I'm gonna get back to you. I really want to get in touch with the rally stuff, and so I'm really gonna get back to you and reply you. Thank you so much, and thank the people on the panel. Thank you to Nigeria and the West, Payombe, and someone somewhere, and Soul, Rascal, and everybody. Thank you guys. All right.
Bye. Little better.
All right.
Okay, so someone somewhere, I don't know. Did you get to close out or not?
Yeah, I closed out. I just short and sweet.
So Rasta, you closed out, right?
I already closed out, but I jumped back in when Tunija was talking all that nonsense about women.
Oh, but let's stop now. Let's not start another round.
The thing about women, we don't let things like that.
Females, about half the population.
Yeah. What do you disagree with?
Tunija,
no, she gotta go to bed, man.
I'll tell you the part that I agree with. The part I agree with is the part that you said about men being appendage of women and serving them. So I agree with that. And what I want to say is the thing is when men put fences and walls around women and tell them what they can and can't do, and that's like stifling, and in that way that's where you get to the point where you can't even get educated, you can't even be a doctor, you can't even be yourself. And women have been doing all these things for thousands of years. Women have been in leadership, what you would call being a leader. Being a doctor is being a leader. If you're the head of the hospital, if you're head of a nursing, you're a leader. There's so many examples. I'm going to give you one right now. I'm going to give you two. One is Queen Nanny of the Maroons in the 18th century in Jamaica. She helped lead a rebellion of formerly enslaved Africans. They called themselves the Windward Maroons, and they fought a guerrilla war over there in Jamaica for their freedom. And she was their leader. So that's one example of a wonderful woman leader, and she's very famous. She's on the money. She's on the money in Jamaica, and I don't know if she is on the current one, but at one point. And another wonderful leader in America, we have Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, and she's a wonderful leader. She's a psychiatrist, and she wrote a famous book, The Cress Theory of Color, Confrontation, and Racism. And she wrote the ISIS papers, The Key to the Colors, and she just was a leader in the Black liberation movement. And our knowledge, she was one of the leaders in our knowledge, and we looked up to her, and we still look up to her as a leader. And people, even though she's passed, people are still learning about her And that's why it's important to have women as leaders. It doesn't mean that you have to go out there and kill people, and we can do that too, because we're fierce. You don't even know. Women can be fiercer than men because
Well, they know that. They know.
we can
They
be
know.
so freaking
They
fierce,
know their history.
Nigel. And I'm not for it. Believe me, I'm not for it. I just know we can. And there's been plenty of examples through history. And that's why I say there's a balance. And as Rastafarians, you know, even though men, even Rastafarians, they always will be men and have their stuff, right? But in the teachings or whatever of Rastafari is that the king and queen, Empress Menen and Haile Selassie were both crowned the same time, and that was his choice at the time. And we take that as a signal, as a symbol to us of the equality of men and women. We don't say they're the same. We're obviously not the same, but we should be honored equally. And part of that is giving women that freedom to choose and know who they are, because we can do so much more than just be sitting in a house and cooking and cleaning all day. And that's fine too, because I'm a mother. I take care of the home. I'm just saying, over the millennia, we have so many examples of women leaders. And I'm not going to discount that just because you say so tonight, even though I like you. All
Okay,
right.
I think I think she started it again now. So the thing is, I get your point. I think what I think this is why it's good to have all this conversation, because I'm learning from it too. From what I gather, it appears women can lead generally well in more local environment. When it comes to expansive stuff, things that require going out and taking risks, that is not a good thing for women to be involved in, because sooner or later you're going to expose the next generation to danger. And men, that is the job of men. And secondly, because the men go out there, and so they have experience of what is out there more, hence why you see that most cultures say the men take the lead, because they are the ones that are going out there seeing things, you know, the footpaths and all the rest of it. So that is why those things are important. Because if you say the woman that is locally, you know, leading should do that, chances are that you're not going to get the best results. So this is what I mean. I'm not saying women are inferior or anything. If anything, I consider them more valuable. Men are more expendable than women, and we just have different roles. And like you put it quite well. You talk about healthcare. You talk about things that are generally locally based. But when it comes to really the risky things that are going on out there, I think the men should be stepping up. I think we haven't done enough of it. That is where I stand on that one.
Didn't Gaddafi have like
you guys are not gonna do this.
Yeah, she gotta go to work, y'all.
You're right. You're right.
I love y'all. I knew this was gonna happen.
Thank you, Gina.
This
Thank
is
you,
one
everyone.
thing. We cannot have the woman discussion with Tunija in 1 hour or 2.
You are so right. I'm gonna get off this live stream right now, but I
If you would
really
say something, he gonna come back.
I really love you tonight,
I love you
though. I
guys.
really
Both of
love
you.
everybody here,
Same here.
and I love
Love,
and
sister.
enjoy our time. And I miss Rakaya. Rakoya,
Yes,
I wish you would come back
Rakoya.
soon, Rakoya.
She's getting a lot of things done, making
And
moves, so
I appreciate
back.
it, and you know, we'll definitely pray for all those youth in Ukraine, and we hope that they find their way home safe.
So, you know, the thing about it is that, you know, that's really what it is. It's really about figuring out how to make ourselves safe in this world. And I think that's what everybody's trying to do, y'all, all races. Even the ones that are predatory, they're basically trying to preserve their future selves. And I think we need to. I think we're waking up to that. I think we're getting that. I'm hoping that we're going forward with that understanding as a people. But this has been a great conversation. It's one that I'm going to listen to again. I do that quite often when these conversations are so well. There are so many points that, you know, leads me to dig in and learn more and maybe even find out more things to talk about, because there's so many things that were talked about here tonight, especially that woman factor. We're going to have to touch base with Tunisia, and not just Tunisia, but even ourselves. Let's have an earnest conversation about this, because, this right here stunts us. There's a lot of things that we are capable and able to do, but we don't understand that balance is really important. And and sometimes I think it's not even about not understanding it. It's about not even seeing the value of it. Because so many of us, and I come from a place where there's very little balance as well, and you can tell by the infrastructure of places that do not have balance. You could tell how the children are not educated. You could tell how infrastructure is not taken care of. You could look at a space and figure out what it's like based on balance, just by getting a visual. So we'll get into that. I think it's an important conversation, one that we've had before, but we can definitely have again and go more in depth. So today was amazing. You guys, don't forget about, noon. We're going to do this. Let's do it for a week and see, how it makes you feel, how it pushes our agenda. At noon, send love, light, meditate, pray, whatever that you do, or just sit in silence and think of our people. But think of our people in prosperity. Think of our people in love, think of our people in light and protection and guidance. This was amazing. So I want to say good night to everybody. Thank everybody in the panel, guys. We had an awesome panel tonight. Amazing people came through. It was awesome. I'm very grateful. I'm going to start closing out. So thank you so much. And I want to thank everybody in the comment sections. I saw you. I see you always. You guys, you rock as hard as the people in the panel. So this was amazing. I'm going to play this guy again because I just thought it was so cool.
This is a war. Whether Russia and the U.S. go to war, or whether, as Vanden Heuvel says, the U.S. will take on China, this is a war between slave masters, okay? This is nothing but modern-day slavery. And when the slave masters fight, you don't side with one or another master. You don't side with my master. You take advantage of the fact that they're fighting to overthrow the whole institution of slavery, to get free. And this is how we have to look at it when these imperialists fight. We're not rooting for our imperialists. We are welcoming the defeat of these modern day slave masters in whatever they undertake, okay? Because that is one step, or could be, if we do our work right, one step closer to being able to make a revolution to overthrow them altogether.